What's up, guys? Welcome to Proxima. What if? We've got something special today. What if Harry was adopted by the Greengrass family and trained to be the coldest politician in Slytherin? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The weight of a name. The Morning Post arrived at 7:30, same as it always did, carried by a tawny owl named Brutus who had a tendency to steal bacon off unattended plates. Harrison Greengrass caught the Daily Prophet out of the air without looking up from his eggs, unfolded it one-handed, and set it beside his tea. The headline screamed something about cauldron thickness regulations. He ignored it. The interesting news was never on the front page. Across the breakfast table, Daphne was trying to teach Astoria how to butter toast without getting it in her hair. She was losing. "Tori, the knife goes on the bread. I know where the knife goes." "Then why is there butter on your ear?" Astoria, who was 7 and utterly unbothered by criticism, licked the butter knife and grinned. Daphne made a noise of theatrical disgust and looked to Harry for support. He raised an eyebrow at her over the paper and said nothing, which made Daphne throw a napkin at him. "Useless," she said. "Absolutely useless, the pair of you." This was the Greengrass household at breakfast. Bright and sharp and warm in the ways that mattered. The dining room caught the morning sun through tall windows, and the house elves kept the tea hot without being asked, and Isadora Greengrass had fresh flowers on the table every day because she believed civilized people should eat among beautiful things. Harry had lived here for as long as he could remember. This was home. He turned to page 6 of the Prophet, where a small article mentioned Hogwarts enrollment numbers for the coming year were notably high, which was the paper's cowardly way of saying the boy who lived is starting school and everyone's losing their minds about it. They didn't print his name. They didn't need to. He folded the paper and set it down. "Anything interesting?" Daphne asked, finally surrendering the butter situation to a house elf who'd been hovering anxiously. "Cauldron regulations. Thrilling. Page 6 mentions enrollment numbers." Daphne's eyes sharpened. At 11, 4 months older than Harry and absolutely insufferable about it, she had already inherited their father's talent for reading between lines. "How many column inches?" 3. "No names. But they quoted a ministry source saying they've increased platform security for September 1st. "Platform security," Daphne repeated, and her mouth curved. "For cauldron regulations, I'm sure." Harry almost smiled. "Obviously." The sound of footsteps on hardwood announced Cyrus Greengrass before he appeared in the doorway. He was already dressed for the ministry, dark robes, silver cufflinks, his wand holstered at his left wrist the way former dueling club members wore them. He kissed Astoria on the head, squeezed Daphne's shoulder, and sat down at the head of the table with the unhurried precision of a man who had never been late for anything in his life. "Morning, all." He poured his own tea. He always poured his own tea. "A man who can't do simple things for himself will forget how to do hard things," he'd told Harry once, years ago. "Harry, when you've finished breakfast, my study." It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. Daphne glanced between them but said nothing. She'd learned, same as Harry, that Cyrus conducted certain conversations behind closed doors. You didn't push. You waited until the information was ready to be shared. Harry ate the rest of his breakfast at his normal pace. He did not rush. Rushing told people you were anxious, and anxiety was a lever other people could pull. He was 10 years old. He'd known this since he was 6. Cyrus Greengrass's study smelled like old leather, pipe tobacco he no longer smoked, and the particular dusty sweetness of parchment that had been charmed to resist aging. The walls were lined with books, political theory, wizarding law, histories of the Wisengamot, and one shelf that Harry had realized around age 8 contained journals that Cyrus had written himself. He'd never been told not to read them. He'd simply understood that the invitation hadn't been extended yet. Cyrus stood at the window, looking out over the grounds. The Greengrass estate wasn't ostentatious, not like Malfoy Manor, which Harry had visited twice and which practically screamed "Look how much gold I have." It was a solid country house in Wiltshire, old stone and good bones, surrounded by gardens that Isadora tended herself and wards that Cyrus had layered so thickly you could feel them hum if you stood near the property line. "Sit," Cyrus said, still looking out the window. Harry sat in the leather chair across from the desk. He waited. Cyrus turned, finally, and leaned against the windowsill. He studied Harry for a moment with that particular expression, appraising, warm, calculating all at once, that Harry had spent years learning to decode. 8 days until the express, Cyrus said. "Yes, sir." "You've read the material I gave you?" "All of it. Twice for the Wisengamot procedural history. The voting records back to 1953 were particularly interesting." "Why?" "Because that's when the block voting patterns calcified. Before 53, alliances shifted every session. After Arcturus Black consolidated the traditionalist faction, everyone picked a side and stayed there. It's been functionally frozen for 40 years. Cyrus's mouth twitched. It was as close to a beam of pride as his face ever got in these conversations. "And what does that tell you about Hogwarts?" Harry considered. "That the children of those families will arrive pre-sorted. Not by the hat, by their parents. The Malfoys, Knots, Crabs, Goyles on one side. The Weasleys, Longbottoms, Bones on the other. The families that stayed neutral, us, the Zabinas, the Devisas, will be the ones everyone tries to recruit." "Good. And what's the correct response when someone tries to recruit you?" "Listen. Ask questions. Commit to nothing. Make them feel heard without giving them anything they can hold you to. And if they press..." Harry met his father's eyes. "Then I remind them, politely, that the Greengrass family has survived every war, every regime change, and every Dark Lord for 400 years by choosing our own timing. And that an 11-year-old making promises on the first train ride would be an insult to that legacy." Cyrus crossed the room and sat behind his desk. He folded his hands. "I need to talk to you about Dumbledore." The shift in his tone was subtle, a half-degree colder, a fraction more careful, but Harry caught it the way he'd been taught to catch everything. "I know he opposed the adoption," Harry said. "You've never told me the details, but I know he fought it." Cyrus nodded slowly. "I've been waiting until you were old enough to understand the full picture. You're about to walk into his school. You deserve to know what you're walking into." He opened a desk drawer and removed a file, actual parchment, not magically stored, because Cyrus Greengrass kept the things that truly mattered where no Accio could find them. "The night your birth parents were killed, Dumbledore sent Hagrid to retrieve you from the wreckage. He then personally delivered you to number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The home of Petunia Dursley, née Evans. Your mother's Muggle sister." Harry knew this. He'd known the broad strokes for years. "You've mentioned the Dursleys." "I've mentioned them. I haven't told you what I found when I went there." Cyrus's voice was very even. "I had a contact in the DMLE, Amelia Bones, before she was promoted, back when she was simply the most competent person in the department who wasn't running it yet. She flagged the placement because Dumbledore hadn't filed the proper guardianship paperwork. He'd simply left you there. On a doorstep. In November. With a letter." Harry said nothing. "I went to Privet Drive myself," Cyrus continued. "The Dursley woman answered the door holding you at arm's length like you were something contagious. The house was immaculate. You were in a basket on the kitchen floor next to the rubbish bin. You'd been there less than 12 hours. Something cold moved through Harry's chest. Not pain, exactly. Something more clinical than that. A data point slotting into place. I offered to take you. She practically threw you at me. I had the legal paperwork filed within the week. Dumbledore objected. He appeared at the ministry in person, argued that blood wards tied to your mother's sacrifice required you to live with a blood relative. The Wisengamot heard his case. I made mine. Amelia testified about the conditions. We won, 4 votes to 3. A narrow margin. Uncomfortably narrow. Dumbledore has never forgiven me for it. He's never said so directly, the man is incapable of direct confrontation, he works through implication and disappointment and that damn twinkle, but you should understand that when you walk into Hogwarts, the headmaster will see you as something that was taken from him. A piece removed from his board. A piece, Harry repeated. Cyrus leaned forward. I love you. You are my son. I need you to hear that before I say the next thing. I hear it. Dumbledore is not evil. He is not a Dark Lord. He is something more dangerous than that, he's a good man who believes his vision of the world is the correct one, and who will move people like chess pieces to realize that vision because he's convinced the outcome justifies it. He wanted you with the Dursleys not because he's cruel but because suffering was part of his plan for you. A boy raised in neglect, rescued by Hogwarts, grateful and malleable and desperate for belonging, that's a boy who'll walk into fire when you ask him to. He needed a weapon. He was forging one. The room was very quiet. Somewhere distant, Astoria shrieked with laughter about something, and the sound drifted through the old walls like light through water. What do I do about it? Harry asked. Cyrus smiled. It was a real smile, warm and wolfish and proud. You do what I've taught you. You walk into his castle. You let him watch you. You are polite, you are respectful, you are an exemplary student. And you never, for one single moment, let him believe he has a claim on you. And if he pushes? He will push. He'll try warmth first, the grandfatherly act, the twinkling eyes, the offered sweets. When that doesn't work, he'll try to engineer situations that force you into the role he needs you to play. He's patient. He'll construct a narrative and try to make you live inside it. Then I construct my own narrative first, Harry said. Cyrus sat back in his chair and looked at his son, the boy he'd pulled from a kitchen floor, who'd had his mother's green eyes and his father's impossible hair and a scar like a lightning bolt that made him the most famous child in Wizarding Britain. The boy who, at 10 years old, could sit across from you and make you feel like you were being gently dissected. You're ready, Cyrus said quietly. It wasn't really a question, but Harry answered it anyway. I've been ready. The week before September 1st passed in a particular rhythm. Harry spent mornings in the study with Cyrus, reviewing the family backgrounds of every student in his year that they could identify, which was most of them, because Cyrus Greengrass kept meticulous files on every family of consequence and several that merely thought they were. Draco Malfoy, only child, spoiled, insecure beneath the arrogance, desperate for his father's approval. Lucius Malfoy had been buying influence on the Hogwarts Board of Governors for years. Draco would arrive expecting to be the Prince of Slytherin. He would try to make Harry a lieutenant. Theodore not, quiet, clever, largely overlooked. His father was a recluse and a suspected former Death Eater who'd avoided Azkaban through a combination of bribery and plausible deniability. Theo had been raised in near isolation. He'd be hungry for connection but wary of it. Blaise Zabini, raised by his mother, a famously beautiful witch whose husbands had a tendency to die wealthy. Blaise would be charming, observant, and loyal to no one until someone gave him a reason. Tracy Davis, half-blood, which made her position in Slytherin precarious. Her mother was a pure-blood Selwyn, her father was a Muggleborn who died in the war. She'd need allies. She'd be useful because she'd be genuinely grateful for them. Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, Cyrus had files on all of them, and Harry reviewed each one, building a map in his head of who wanted what, who feared what, and where the pressure points were. Afternoons were for practical work. Harry had been receiving private tutoring in magic since he was 8, perfectly legal, as the trace only detected magic in the vicinity of underage wizards, and the Greengrass estate was warded to mask it. His tutor was an elderly witch named Marchbanks, not Griselda, but her niece, Elara, who had spent 20 years teaching dueling in Eastern Europe before returning to England with a bad knee and a total unwillingness to suffer fools. Again, Elara said, standing in the practice room in the estate's basement, her arms folded. Harry raised his wand, Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core, purchased with considerable interest from Ollivander, who had said something cryptic about the wand's twin that Harry had filed away for later, and cast the disarming charm for the 40th time that afternoon. Expelliarmus. The red bolt hit the practice dummy and sent its wand clattering across the stone floor. Adequate, Elara said, which from her was practically a standing ovation. Your shield charm. Protego. The shield shimmered into existence, solid and clean. Hold it. Harry held it. Elara sent 3 stinging hexes at him in rapid succession. The shield absorbed all 3 without flickering. Drop it and cast offensively. Now. Harry dropped the shield and snapped off a knockback jinx in the same motion. The dummy flew backward and hit the wall hard enough to crack the plaster. Elara made a noncommittal noise. You won't need any of this in your first year. You know that. I know. The curriculum will bore you. Probably. The danger isn't academics. It's the assumption that because you're ahead, you can stop working. I won't stop. Elara looked at him for a long moment, then nodded once. No, she said. I don't think you will. She summoned the dummy's wand back to the table. Your father's making you into something, Harrison. Make sure it's something you actually want to be. She left without waiting for a response. Harry stood alone in the practice room, his wand still warm in his hand, and thought about that for exactly 10 seconds before he banished the thought and started the drill again. He could examine his feelings later. Right now, there was work. The night before September 1st, Harry was packing his trunk when Daphne appeared in his doorway. She was already in her nightgown, her blonde hair loose around her shoulders instead of in the severe style she'd started wearing when she decided she wanted people to take her seriously. Can I come in? You're already in. Semantics. She dropped onto his bed and watched him fold robes with geometric precision. You're nervous. I'm not nervous. You fold faster when you're nervous. You're practically origami-ing those robes. Harry paused. Looked at the robe in his hands. Deliberately slowed his movements. I'm anticipatory. That's a fancy word for nervous. Daphne. She pulled her knees up to her chest and rested her chin on them. I'm nervous too, you know. It's allowed. You've never been nervous about anything in your life. That is a disgusting lie and you know it. I was terrified at the Malfoy Christmas party when I was 8. Lucius Malfoy kept looking at me like he was assessing livestock. He looks at everyone like that. It's just his face. His face is a war crime. She paused. Harry, I need to tell you something and I need you to actually listen and not do that thing where you file it away and pretend you've processed it. He set down the robe. He turned to face her fully. I'm listening. We're going to be fine. She said it firmly, like she was nailing it to a door. I know Dad spent the last month turning your brain into a political encyclopedia. I know you've memorized the family trees and the voting records and the alliance maps. And that's all, fine, that's useful, I'm not saying it isn't. But I need you to remember that we're 11. We're going to school. And I'm going to be right there, the entire time, and if anyone tries anything, Malfoy or Dumbledore or the bloody Minister of Magic, they go through both of us. Not just you. Both. Something in Harry's chest did a complicated thing that he didn't have a name for. It wasn't the cold data point sensation from when Cyrus had told him about the Dursleys. It was warmer and more uncomfortable and he liked it even less because he couldn't categorize it. Both of us, he said. Both of us. I didn't spend 10 years putting up with your ridiculous study habits and your creepy ability to remember everyone's middle names just to let you wander off and be a lone wolf. We're a team. Say it. We're a team. Good. Now finish packing. And put in the good quills, I'm not lending you mine this time, you never give them back and they always come back with bite marks. I don't bite quills. You absolutely bite quills. You've bitten quills in front of me. I have witnessed the quill biting. That was once and I was 9. Quill biter. She hopped off the bed, squeezed his arm as she passed, and vanished down the hallway toward her own room. Harry stood in his bedroom for a moment, surrounded by neatly packed belongings and the quiet hum of the estate's wards, and allowed himself to feel something. Just for a moment. Then he picked up the last robe, folded it perfectly, and placed it in the trunk. Tomorrow, everything began. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, and Harry loved it immediately. Not the noise, the information. Every interaction on the platform was a data point. The Weasley matriarch, loudly announcing the platform number as if it were her first time, which it obviously wasn't. 7 children, red-haired, the oldest 2 already on the train, the third lurking with a prefect badge polished to a shine, the twins moving through the crowd like sharks, the younger boy, Ron, Harry's age, looking slightly ill, and a small girl tugging at her mother's sleeve. That was a family performing its identity in public. Interesting. Over by the far pillar, Lucius Malfoy stood with one hand on Draco's shoulder, proprietary, not affectionate, speaking to another man Harry recognized from photographs as not senior. Whatever they were discussing ended abruptly when Lucius noticed Harry's family approaching. His eyes tracked from Cyrus to Harry to the scar on Harry's forehead, and something cold and hungry moved behind his expression before the social mask dropped back into place. Cyrus had noticed too. Harry could tell by the way his father's hand shifted slightly, almost imperceptibly, to his one-side wrist. "Walk with purpose," Cyrus murmured, low enough that only Harry and Daphne could hear. "Shoulders back. You belong here." "We do belong here," Daphne murmured back. Isadora was holding Astoria's hand and smiling her public smile, the one that was perfectly warm and gave away absolutely nothing. She kissed Harry's cheek. "Write to us every week. Your father will pretend he doesn't check the post every morning, but he does." "I don't pretend, he does," Isadora said serenely. Harry hugged her. He hugged Astoria, who squeezed his neck so hard he coughed. Then Cyrus crouched down, actually crouched, despite the expensive robes, and put both hands on Harry's shoulders. "You're going to be brilliant," Cyrus said. "Not do brilliant things. Be brilliant." There was a difference, and Cyrus Greengrass never chose words by accident. "Remember what we discussed. And Harry, sir. Have fun. That's not a suggestion. It's an assignment." Harry blinked. Cyrus didn't usually add that part. Something about it made the complicated warm thing happen in his chest again. He nodded. "Go," Cyrus said, and stood, and became the public Cyrus Greengrass again, pleasant, composed, unreachable. Harry and Daphne walked through the barrier side by side. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet and enormous, breathing steam like a sleeping dragon. Students poured in and out of carriages, owls screeched, parents called last-minute reminders. The noise was tremendous. "Compartment near the back," Harry said. "Less foot traffic. Better for conversations." "You're already working." "I haven't stopped." They found a compartment 2 from the end, loaded their trunks into the overhead rack, and settled in. Daphne took the window seat, Harry took the one facing the corridor. He wanted to see who passed. He wanted to see who stopped. The train lurched forward. The platform began to slide away. Through the window, Harry could see Isadora waving and Astoria jumping up and down. Cyrus stood perfectly still, watching the train go, and Harry had the strange thought that his father looked smaller than usual. Not physically. Something else. Then the station was gone and there was only the train and the tracks and the Scottish countryside beginning to blur past, and everything ahead of them. Daphne pulled out a book. Harry didn't. He watched the corridor. It took 11 minutes. The compartment door slid open and a boy stood there, pale, pointed face, white blonde hair combed back with more product than any 11-year-old should own. He was flanked by two large boys who looked like they'd been bred specifically to stand behind someone else. "I heard Harrison Greengrass was on the train," Draco Malfoy said, and then did that thing where he looked at Harry's forehead first and his eyes second. Or should I say, Harry Potter. Harry didn't stand. He looked at Draco with an expression of mild, pleasant interest, the way you'd look at a mildly interesting bird outside a window. "Harrison Greengrass is fine," he said. "And you'd be Draco. Your father and mine are acquainted. Sit down, if you'd like." It was a carefully calibrated response. Warm enough that Draco couldn't claim rudeness. Cool enough that it established this was Harry's space, and Draco was being permitted entry. The invitation to sit was an act of hospitality from a host, not a greeting between equals. Draco would feel it even if he couldn't articulate why. Draco hesitated for a fraction of a second. He'd expected to control this interaction. Harry could see it in the rehearsed set of his shoulders, then sat down across from Harry with a practiced ease that was only slightly forced. "Crabbe and Goyle," Draco said, gesturing at his flankers, who were still standing in the corridor like misplaced furniture. "They can sit too," Daphne said mildly, not looking up from her book. "If they fit." "They fit, barely. I have to say," Draco began, crossing one leg over the other in a way that he'd obviously seen his father do, "I was surprised when I heard the boy who lived had been raised by the Greengrasses. My father says your family's always been neutral." "Your father's well informed," Harry said. "He usually is. He also said Dumbledore fought the adoption. Said the old man wanted you somewhere else entirely." "Did he?" Harry kept his tone conversational. Draco was fishing. The question was what Lucius had told him to catch. "Your father seems quite interested in my family arrangements." "My father's interested in anything that affects the balance of power in our world," Draco said, and to his credit, he delivered the line well. Lucius had rehearsed this with him. The phrasing was too polished for an 11-year-old. "The boy who lived in Slytherin, and you will be in Slytherin, yes, that changes things." "Does it?" "Of course it does. The public perception alone, Draco." Harry said his name gently, almost kindly, and the boy stopped mid-sentence. "I appreciate the visit. Truly. And I'm sure we'll see a great deal of each other this year. We'll be housemates, most likely. But I should tell you now, because I think honesty between potential allies is important, I don't make arrangements on train rides. Not with you, not with anyone. It's nothing personal. I just think important decisions deserve more than 40 minutes of conversation, don't you?" The compartment was very quiet. Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, which appeared to be their default state. Daphne turned a page. Draco's cheeks had gone slightly pink. He wasn't angry, not yet. He was recalculating. Harry watched it happen and felt a prickle of something that might have been respect. The boy was spoiled and rehearsed and operating from a script his father had written, but underneath that, there was a brain working. "Fair enough," Draco said. He stood, smoothed his robes, and aimed for casual. He almost achieved it. "I'll see you in Slytherin, then." "Looking forward to it," Harry said. Draco left, his bookends shuffling after him. The door slid shut. Daphne waited exactly 5 seconds, then looked up. "He's going to be a problem." "He's going to be useful," Harry corrected. "He can be both." She returned to her book. "His hair is absurd." Noted. 20 minutes later, the door opened again. This time it was a bushy-haired girl with large front teeth and an expression of anxious authority. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one." "Haven't seen it," Harry said. "But if you're looking for a lost animal, try a summoning charm. Accio with the animal's name or species should work within a confined space like a train." The girl stared at him. "That's a 4th-year spell." "It's a useful spell. The year they teach it in is arbitrary. Can you cast it? I could. But it's not my toad. She seemed to wrestle with several responses, then settled on, I'm Hermione Granger. Harrison Greengrass. This is my sister Daphne. Greengrass, Hermione repeated, and her eyes narrowed slightly. I've been reading about the wizarding families. You're him. Harry Potter. Harrison Greengrass, he said again, gently. But yes, I used to be. You used to be Harry Potter? I was born Harry Potter. I was raised Harrison Greengrass. I find the latter more relevant, but people are welcome to their own opinions. Hermione Granger looked at him like he was a particularly complex equation she hadn't expected to find on the exam. Then she said, right. Well. Thank you for the charm suggestion, and disappeared down the corridor with an energy that suggested she was going to go try a fourth-year spell immediately. She'll be in Ravenclaw, Daphne said. Gryffindor, Harry said. Why? She's not just clever. She's brave about it. She walked onto a train full of strangers from a world she doesn't know and started telling people what to do. That's not Ravenclaw energy. That's Gryffindor. Bet you a galleon. Done. The next visitor came alone. A tall, dark-skinned boy with cheekbones that looked like they'd been designed by an architect and an air of amused detachment that Harry recognized immediately as a defense mechanism, one he respected, because it was a good one. Blaise Zabini, the boy said from the doorway. He didn't ask to sit. He leaned against the frame and surveyed the compartment with lazy interest. You're the Greengrasses. You've had Malfoy in here already. I could hear him rehearsing in the corridor beforehand. You could hear him? Daphne said. He was doing breathing exercises. It was tragic. Harry laughed. It happened before he could stop it, a real laugh, short and surprised. Blaise's eyes sharpened with interest. Sit down, Zabini, Harry said, and this time it wasn't a host's invitation. It was warmer than that. Tell me about the breathing exercises. Blaise sat. He told them. He was funny, genuinely, naturally funny in a way that was designed to make people underestimate how carefully he was watching everything. Harry clocked it and liked it anyway. They talked about nothing consequential for 20 minutes, trading observations about the other students, and Harry let it happen because not every interaction needed to be a chess move. Some of them just needed to be the foundation for chess moves later. An hour into the journey, a red-haired boy appeared at their door. Ron Weasley. Harry knew the face from photographs in Cyrus's files, the youngest Weasley son, sixth of 7 children, with a permanent chip on his shoulder about money and hand-me-downs and never being quite enough. Is it true? Ron said, without preamble or greeting. You're Harry Potter. Harrison Greengrass. Ron's face did something complicated. But you killed you-know-who. You're supposed to be, I thought you'd be in, Gryffindor. Daphne supplied helpfully. Well, yeah. I haven't been sorted yet, Harry said. Neither have you. Seems premature to have expectations. But the Greengrasses are all Slytherins. Most of us, historically. Ron's ears went red. My mum says Slytherins are, he stopped himself, but too late. The shape of the sentence hung in the air. Go on, Daphne said, her voice silk over steel. What does your mum say about Slytherins? I'm fascinated. Ron looked between them. To his credit, he seemed to realize he'd stepped in something. Sorry. I didn't mean, I just thought Harry Potter would be different. Different from what? Harry asked. Genuinely curious. I dunno. Like, one of us. There it was. The thing that Harry had been trained to recognize since he was old enough to understand it. The assumption of ownership. Harry Potter belonged to the light side. Harry Potter was a symbol, a banner, a story that families like the Weasleys told their children. He was supposed to be grateful and brave and uncomplicated. He was supposed to be one of them. "I'm one of me," Harry said, and he said it without malice, because Ron Weasley wasn't his enemy and scoring points off an 11-year-old with a chocolate smear on his nose was beneath him. "But I hope we can be friendly regardless. I've heard your brothers Fred and George are brilliant." Ron blinked, thrown by the pivot. "They're mental, is what they are. Brilliant and mental aren't mutually exclusive." A small, reluctant grin crossed Ron's face. "Yeah, all right. That's fair." He lingered for a moment, clearly wanting to stay but not sure how to navigate the social terrain. "I'll see you at school, then." "See you at school." Ron left. Blaise, who had watched the entire exchange with his head tilted like a cat observing a mouse, said, "You just made a Weasley feel welcome in a compartment full of Slytherin-bound students." "Did I?" "You know you did." "Why?" "Because," Harry said, "having a friendly acquaintance in another house costs nothing and gains information. And because he seemed like he could use someone being decent to him. The two things aren't mutually exclusive either." Blaise studied him for a long moment, then smiled. It was the first genuine smile Harry had seen from him. "I think I'm going to enjoy this year." Daphne caught Harry's eye across the compartment. He saw her make a tiny, almost invisible assessment, that one's worth keeping, and he agreed. The train carried them north. By the time they reached Hogsmeade, the sun was down and the air through the train windows was sharp with the smell of pines and cold water. Harry and Daphne stepped onto the platform together, side by side, and heard the enormous voice before they saw its source. "Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid." Harry had read about him. Cyrus's file was thin, mostly noting that he was Dumbledore's man through and through, had been expelled in his third year under suspicious circumstances, and was allowed to remain as groundskeeper out of the headmaster's personal charity. Looking at him now, 8 feet tall, shoulders like an ox, a face almost entirely hidden by wild black beard, Harry understood something the file hadn't conveyed. People loved Hagrid. You could see it in the way the returning students waved at him, the way the first year's fear melted into fascination. He was Dumbledore's ambassador of warmth. That was a tool, whether Hagrid knew it or not. They crossed the Black Lake in boats. Harry sat with Daphne, Blaise, and a quiet girl with brown hair who introduced herself as Tracy Davis. She had sharp eyes and ink stains on her fingers and she watched Harry with the particular attentiveness of someone who'd already figured out he was important and was deciding how she felt about it. Then the castle appeared, and even Harry, who had seen photographs, who had studied the floor plans, who had prepared himself for exactly this moment, felt something shift in his chest. Hogwarts was enormous. Not just large, enormous in the way that implied intent, as if the castle had been built to make you feel the weight of the centuries it contained. It rose from the cliff face like it had grown there, towers and turrets catching the moonlight, windows glowing amber and gold. The lake reflected it so perfectly that for a moment there seemed to be two castles, one above and one below, and no way to tell which was real. "Oh," Tracy Davis breathed. "Yeah," Daphne said quietly. Harry said nothing. He looked at the castle and let himself feel the scale of it, what it was, what it meant, what it contained. 1,000 years of magic and history and politics and power, all behind those walls. And he was about to walk in. He let himself want it. Just for a moment. Then they reached the shore, and he composed his face, and he was Harry Greengrass again. Professor McGonagall met them in the entrance hall. She was exactly as described in every account Harry had read, tall, severe, Scottish, and possessed of a gaze that could curdle milk at 40 paces. She gave her speech about the houses and the point system and the sorting, and Harry listened politely while mapping the room. The other first years were a taxonomy of anxiety. Neville Longbottom, round-faced, terrified, clutching his recovered toad, kept whispering to himself. Hermione Granger was reciting facts under her breath. Ron Weasley had gone the color of old porridge. Draco was performing calm so aggressively that it circled back around to obvious nervousness. Daphne stood beside Harry, her posture perfect, her expression serene. She caught him looking and gave him a microscopic nod. "We're a team. Both of us." The doors to the great hall opened. It was, Harry had to admit, an extraordinary piece of theater. The ceiling enchanted to mirror the night sky, the floating candles, the 4 long house tables packed with students, and at the far end, the staff table, where Albus Dumbledore sat in the center chair. He looked exactly like his photographs, ancient, silver-bearded, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep purple with silver stars, but photographs hadn't captured the presence. Even sitting still, the man radiated a gentle, immense authority. His eyes moved over the first years as they filed in, twinkling with that famous benevolence, and when they found Harry, they stopped. Just for a moment. A fraction of a second. But Harry felt it like a searchlight. He didn't look away. He didn't flinch. He met Dumbledore's eyes with pleasant, mild composure, the way you'd meet the gaze of a distant acquaintance across a party, and then he looked away first, deliberately, as if the headmaster simply wasn't interesting enough to hold his attention. It was a tiny thing. A nothing. But in the language of power that Cyrus Greengrass had taught him, it said, "I see you. I'm not afraid of you. And I have other things to think about." McGonagall set the stool in front of the staff table and placed the sorting hat on it. The hat sang its song, something about the 4 houses and their virtues, and then the sorting began. Abbott, Hannah. A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and after a moment, Hufflepuff. Harry watched the sortings with professional interest, tracking which students went where and comparing it to his predictions. He was running at about 70% accuracy, which was decent given that he was working from second-hand information about most of them. Davis, Tracy. Tracy walked to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute, a hat stall, or close to it, and then, Slytherin. Tracy's shoulders dropped with relief as she headed for the Slytherin table. She caught Harry's eye on the way. He gave her a nod. She'd remember that. Granger, Hermione. The hat took almost as long with Hermione. Harry watched its brim move, as if it were arguing with her. Then, Gryffindor. Daphne muttered something that sounded like, "damn," and Harry allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction at the galleon he'd just won. Greengrass, Daphne. Daphne squeezed his hand once, quick, invisible to anyone watching, and walked to the stool with the same composed stride she used at home when she was about to tell their father something he didn't want to hear. The hat touched her head and opened its brim and shouted, almost immediately, "Slytherin." She walked to the Slytherin table like she'd been walking there her whole life. Names continued. Longbottom went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation. Malfoy was sorted into Slytherin before the hat fully settled on his head, and he strutted to the table with visible satisfaction. Nott went to Slytherin quietly, without fuss. Then, Greengrass, Harrison. The hall went silent. Not the gradual quiet of fading conversations, a sudden, sharp silence, as if someone had cast a silencing charm on the entire room. Every head turned. At the staff table, Dumbledore leaned forward almost imperceptibly. Beside him, a hook-nosed man in black, Snape, had to be, went very still. Harry walked to the stool. He didn't hurry. He didn't dawdle. He walked with measured, unhurried steps, his posture relaxed, his expression calm, and he was aware, perfectly, precisely aware, that this was the first time most of these people were seeing the boy who lived, and that the image he presented in the next 30 seconds would become the foundation of every assumption they made about him for years. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness. The brim dropped over his eyes, and then, well. The voice was inside his head, dry and ancient and amused. Harrison Greengrass. Or is it Harry Potter? You seem to have opinions about that. Greengrass, Harry thought back. Yes, I can see that. Quite firmly, too. You've been very thoroughly prepared, haven't you? Cyrus Greengrass's handiwork, oh, he was an interesting sort himself, all those years ago. Asked me to put him in Slytherin. Most students don't ask. He negotiated. I'm not here to negotiate. No. Then what are you here for? To be sorted. That's your function. A dry, papery laugh. My function. How delightfully clinical. Let me look, then. Oh, there's courage here. Quite a lot of it, actually. And a mind, a very good mind. Ravenclaw would sharpen you. Gryffindor would give you a stage. But you don't want a stage, do you? You want, yes. You want the game. I want to be where I'm most effective. Slytherin, then. Obviously. But I should tell you, the last time I sorted someone with this wand's brother, he asked for Slytherin too. He was charming about it. You're not charming. You're something colder. Harry felt a pulse of something from the hat, not a thought, exactly, but a sensation. A warning wrapped in curiosity. You have more of Lily in you than you think, the hat said. Don't lose her. And then, aloud, to the hall, Slytherin. The silence held for one beat, two, and then the Slytherin table erupted. Not with the polite, dignified applause that usually greeted new snakes, but with a roar, a genuine roar of triumph, because the boy who lived, the most famous child in the wizarding world, the symbol of Voldemort's defeat, had just been sorted into their house, and every person at that table understood what it meant. Harry walked to the Slytherin table. He sat down next to Daphne. She didn't look at him. She didn't need to. Under the table, she pressed her knee against his, and he pressed back, and that was enough. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley was staring at him with an expression of open-mouthed betrayal. At the staff table, Dumbledore's twinkle had gone out like a candle. And beside Dumbledore, Severus Snape was looking at Harry with an expression so complicated it would have taken a team of arithmencers to decode it. The feast continued. Harry ate. He introduced himself to the older Slytherins near him, fifth-year prefect Marcus Flint, who looked like he wrestled trolls recreationally, a sixth-year girl named Gemma Farley, who was the other prefect and significantly more civilized, a cluster of second-years who kept stealing glances at his forehead. He was polite to all of them. He was warm to none of them. Warmth was something you earned, and they hadn't yet. Draco, seated a few places down, was holding court among Crabbe, Goyle, and Pansy Parkinson with the self-satisfied air of someone who'd just gotten exactly what he wanted. He kept glancing at Harry, trying to catch his eye, trying to establish the narrative that they were part of the same circle. Harry let him glance. Eye contact was a commitment, and Harry wasn't committing to anything tonight. By the time the feast ended and Gemma Farley led them down through the castle toward the dungeons, Harry had catalogued 37 distinct interpersonal dynamics at the Slytherin table, identified the 3 students most likely to be useful allies, the 2 most likely to be problems, and the one, a 7th year named Higgs who sat at the far end and spoke to no one, who was most likely to be dangerous. The Slytherin common room was exactly as Cyrus had described it, beneath the lake, with tall windows that looked into the green-black water, furnished in dark leather and silver and green, with a fireplace large enough to stand in. It was beautiful in a cold, submerged way. Like being inside an emerald. Gemma gave the standard speech about house rules and conduct and not getting caught doing anything you shouldn't. Harry listened. Daphne listened. Blaise leaned against a pillar and looked bored. Tracy stood near Harry's elbow with the careful positioning of someone who'd already chosen her side. Then they were dismissed to their dormitories, boys and girls separate, first years at the end of the corridor, and Harry found his bed, and his trunk was already there, and he sat on the edge of the mattress and listened to the sound of the lake pressing against the windows. Draco was in the bed nearest the door. Theo Knott was in the one beside Harry's. Blaise was across the room, already lounging on his bed like he'd lived there for years. Well, Draco said, to the room at large. Here we are. Slytherin, as expected. My father always said, Draco, Blaise interrupted pleasantly. I mean this with genuine warmth. If you start one more sentence with, my father, I'm going to hex you in your sleep. Dead silence. Then Theo, not quiet, watchful Theo, who hadn't said more than 10 words all evening, made a sound that was unmistakably a stifled laugh. Harry looked at Blaise. Blaise looked at Harry. Something passed between them, an understanding, a frequency matched, and Harry felt the first real, solid piece of his Hogwarts architecture click into place. Good night, gentlemen, Harry said, and drew his curtains. He lay in the dark, in the green-tinted underwater light of the Slytherin dormitory, in a castle full of centuries and magic and agendas, and he ran through the day. Every interaction. Every data point. Every face and name and micro-expression, every debt created and card played and door left open. Dumbledore had watched him all through dinner. He'd felt it, the old man's gaze, persistent and piercing, trying to read something in Harry's face. Looking for the boy he'd planned for. The grateful orphan. The malleable hero. Finding instead a composed, self-possessed 11-year-old who met his eyes, smiled politely, and looked away. Somewhere in this castle, something was hidden on a third-floor corridor that students had been warned away from. Somewhere in this castle, Severus Snape was sitting alone with the knowledge that James Potter's son had just been sorted into his house. Somewhere, Dumbledore was recalculating. And in bed, in the dark, beneath the lake, Harrison Greengrass closed his eyes and allowed himself one small, private smile. The game had begun. Chapter 2, First Blood. The first morning in Slytherin, Harry woke at 5:45. Old habit. Cyrus had always been an early riser, the man who controls the morning controls the day, and Harry had inherited the pattern through proximity rather than genetics, the way children absorb the rhythms of the household that shapes them. The dormitory was still dark, the lake light filtering through the windows in shifting green patterns that moved across the ceiling like something alive. Draco was a motionless lump under expensive sheets. Crabbe and Goyle snored in tandem, a sound like two walruses in distress. Blaise slept silently, which Harry noted and filed. People who slept quietly had usually learned to, and the reasons were rarely comfortable. Theo Nott's bed was empty. The sheets were pulled tight, military neat. Harry paused, then dressed in silence and left the dormitory. He found Theo in the common room, sitting in one of the leather chairs by the dead fireplace, reading a book so old the binding was falling apart. The boy looked up when Harry appeared and something flickered across his face, surprise, quickly controlled. Couldn't sleep? Harry asked. Don't sleep much. Theo closed the book, keeping his finger in the page. My father's house is quiet at night. This, he gestured vaguely at the walls, the lake, the castle above them. There's too much noise. Magic has a sound, if you listen for it. This whole building hums. Harry sat in the adjacent chair. He didn't crowd. Theo had the body language of someone who kept careful track of the space between himself and other people. What are you reading? Theo held up the cover. A Treatise on the Nature of Magical Inheritance, by Adalbert Waffling. Not light reading for a first morning. Waffling's interesting, Harry said. His theory on magical cores is outdated, but his work on how magic passes through family lines is still the foundation for most inheritance law. Theo's eyebrows rose. It was a small movement, but on a face that controlled as much as his, it was practically a shout of surprise. You've read Waffling? My father has an extensive library. Cyrus Greengrass. Theo said the name carefully, tasting it. My father mentions him sometimes. Says he's the most dangerous man in the Wisingamot because nobody thinks he's dangerous. High praise. It wasn't meant as praise. Theo paused. My father doesn't praise people. He categorizes threats. There was something raw under the words, not self-pity, but a bald statement of fact delivered with the precision of someone who'd long ago stopped pretending his family was normal. Harry recognized it. He respected it. "What does your father categorize you as?" Harry asked. Theo looked at him for a long moment. Then, very quietly, "Insufficient." Harry held the silence. He didn't rush to fill it with comfort or platitudes. He let it sit between them like a shared understanding, and then he said, "His loss," and meant it. Theo's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Something adjacent. "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "I don't know." Something louder. "The boy who lived, you'd think there'd be more performance. The best performances look like they're not performing at all. Is that what this is? A performance?" Harry considered lying. It would have been easy. Theo was offering him an opening to be self-deprecating, to play humble, to make the other boy feel like he was seeing behind a curtain. But something about Theo's directness, the way he'd said insufficient without flinching, made Harry want to match it. "Partly," Harry said. "I was raised to be effective in rooms like these. That's training, and training is a kind of performance. But I'm also actually sitting here talking to you because I want to, and that part isn't." Theo studied him for another moment, then opened his book again. "You can stay if you're quiet. I'm on chapter 12. Harry stayed. He summoned a book from his trunk, wandless, a flick of intention that he didn't bother hiding, and the book sailed down the corridor and into his hand. Theo watched it happen with wide eyes but said nothing. They read in companionable silence until the rest of the house began to wake. When Daphne appeared from the girls' corridor 20 minutes later, she found them there and raised an eyebrow at Harry that said, very clearly, "Already collecting people, I see." Harry introduced them. "Daphne, Theodore not. Theo, my sister." "I know who she is," Theo said, with a faint note of amusement. "She glared at Pansy Parkinson so hard at dinner last night that Pansy choked on her soup." "She was talking with her mouth full," Daphne said serenely. "It was a public service." Blaise drifted in shortly after, looking immaculate despite having been asleep 20 minutes prior, a talent that Harry suspected was genetic. The four of them walked to breakfast together, and Harry was aware that they already looked like something. A unit. A formation. The other Slytherin first-years noticed. Draco, arriving at the Great Hall with his usual entourage, noticed very much. Breakfast was where Harry got his first real look at the staff table with fresh eyes. McGonagall, rigid and watchful. Flitwick, tiny and cheerful. Sprout, warm and earthy. Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, who wore a ridiculous purple turban and stammered through a conversation with a which Harry didn't recognize. And Snape was watching him. Not covertly. Not with Dumbledore's gentle, probing attention. Snape was staring at Harry with an intensity that bordered on hostile, his black eyes fixed and unblinking, and when Harry met his gaze across the hall, Snape didn't look away. He held it. It was a challenge, delivered across 50 feet of crowded room. Harry held it back. 3 seconds. 5. 7. Then he picked up his tea, took a sip, and looked away, not breaking contact out of submission, but out of disinterest. The same move he'd used on Dumbledore. "You're not worth my sustained attention." Beside him, Daphne had noticed the exchange. "That's Snape." "I know. He looks like he wants to dissect you. He's head of our house. He's assessing me. It's what I'd do. You wouldn't glare like you were trying to set someone on fire with your eyes. I'd be subtler about it, certainly." Their first class was potions, as if the universe had a sense of dramatic timing. The Slytherins filed into the dungeon classroom alongside the Gryffindors, and Harry noted the immediate, visceral separation, green on one side, red on the other, like opposing teams taking the pitch. The first years had been at Hogwarts for less than 12 hours and were already sorting themselves into the ancient tribal loyalties that the house system demanded. Harry sat in the second row. Not the front, too eager. Not the back, too disengaged. The second row said, "I'm here to learn, but I'm not performing for you." Daphne sat on his left, Tracy on his right. Behind them, Blaise and Theo. Snape entered from a side door, swept in, really, his black robes billowing with a drama that was either deliberate or the product of aggressive walking, and the room went silent. He didn't demand silence. He simply occupied the space so completely that silence happened around him naturally. Harry respected the technique even as he recognized it. Snape didn't start with introductions or pleasantries. He went straight to attendance, and his voice, low, precise, dangerous in its quietness, turned each name into something that sounded vaguely like a sentencing. Greengrass, Harrison. Harry looked up. "Here, Professor." Snape's eyes locked onto him. The entire class held its breath. Harry could feel the weight of expectation. Everyone knew about the scar, everyone was waiting for the confrontation, for the drama, for the boy who lived to clash with the most feared teacher in the school. Instead, Snape's gaze traveled over Harry's face for a long, unreadable moment, and then he moved on. Longbottom, Neville. That was it. No snide remarks. No public challenge. Just that look, deep, searching, complicated, and then nothing. Harry wasn't sure if he was relieved or unsettled, and the uncertainty itself was unusual. He was accustomed to being able to read people. Snape launched into a speech about the subtle science and exact art of potion-making that was clearly rehearsed but delivered with genuine conviction. He spoke about bottling fame, brewing glory, and putting a stopper in death, and Harry listened with real interest because whatever else Snape was, the man clearly loved his subject. Then Snape rounded on the Gryffindor side. Weasley. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Ron went white. I don't know, sir. Clearly. Didn't think to open a book before term. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? I don't, and what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Ron's mouth opened and closed. His ears were crimson. Hermione Granger's hand was in the air so aggressively it looked like her arm might detach. The draft of living death, Harry said, from the second row, his voice carrying easily through the silent classroom. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat, effective against most poisons, and monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also known as aconite. Every head swiveled toward him. Snape turned slowly. There was something dangerous in his expression, but also something else beneath it, something startled and almost hungry. I don't recall asking you, Mr. Greengrass. You asked the room, sir. Mr. Weasley didn't have the answers. I did. It seemed inefficient to let the moment pass. Harry kept his tone perfectly respectful, without a shred of challenge. I apologize if I overstepped. Snape stared at him. The silence stretched so taut it hummed. 5 points to Slytherin, Snape said finally. For being efficient. He turned away. The class exhaled. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that was half grateful, half resentful, grateful because Harry had ended his public humiliation, resentful because it had been a Slytherin who'd done it. When the practical portion began, Harry brewed his boil-cure potion with quiet, precise competence. He'd been practicing potions since he was 9, Hilara believed a complete wizard should be as comfortable at a cauldron as with a wand, and the simple first-year recipe was well within his range. His potion turned the correct shade of blue-green 20 minutes before anyone else's. Snape paused at his desk, looked into the cauldron, and said nothing. His expression did something complicated, the muscles around his eyes tightened and released, and then he moved on to critique Neville Longbottom's melted cauldron and Ron Weasley's orange sludge. After class, as the students filed out, Snape's voice cut through the noise. Greengrass. Stay. Daphne hesitated at the door. Harry gave her the smallest shake of his head, go, I'll be fine, and she left with visible reluctance. The classroom emptied. Harry stood by his desk, his bag over his shoulder, and waited. Snape came around his own desk and sat on its edge, which was oddly informal for a man who seemed to have been constructed entirely from formality and resentment. He crossed his arms. He looked at Harry with that same searching expression he'd worn during attendance. "You have your mother's eyes," Snape said. It wasn't what Harry had expected. It landed strangely, not like a pleasantry, more like a confession extracted under duress. Snape seemed to regret saying it almost immediately. His jaw tightened. "I know," Harry said. "I've been told. By Cyrus. By my mother. Isadora. She has photographs of Lily Evans. She thought I should know where I came from." Something moved across Snape's face, fast, raw, brutally suppressed. Lily. The name had hit something. "Professor," Harry said carefully, "I have the sense that you knew my birth mother." Snape's eyes snapped back into focus. The vulnerability vanished behind layers of practiced coldness so fast it was like watching a door slam. "We were acquainted. At school. This is not relevant to your education." "Of course, sir. I did not keep you to discuss ancient history. I kept you because you answered questions that were not directed at you, and while your answers were correct, the behavior was impertinent." "Yes, sir. Do not do it again." "I understand, sir. Though I'd point out that allowing a student to be publicly questioned to the point of humiliation, in the first class of their first day, without intervention, might be considered more impertinent than a classmate offering the correct answer." The dungeon was very quiet. Harry heard the distant drip of condensation from the ceiling. He kept his expression mild, attentive, respectful, every piece of body language conveying deference while the words themselves carried a blade. Snape didn't move. Didn't blink. He looked at Harry as if he were seeing something impossible, a chimera, a contradiction, something that should not exist. "Get out," Snape said softly. Harry left. He walked down the dungeon corridor with measured steps, his pulse perfectly even, and found Daphne waiting around the corner with her arms crossed and her foot tapping. "Well? He knew my birth mother." Daphne's eyebrows shot up. "Lily Evans? How?" "They were at school together. He didn't want to talk about it. Which means there's a story there, and it's personal, and it's something I can use." "Harry. I'm not going to manipulate a grieving man, Daphne. I'm going to understand him. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Because from the outside, everything I do looks like manipulation." "I know. That's the point. The people who matter can tell the difference." Daphne watched him for a moment, then looped her arm through his and pulled him toward the stairs. "Come on. We have charms in 20 minutes and I want good seats." They climbed out of the dungeons together, into the light. The first 2 weeks established the rhythm. Classes in the morning, charms with Flitwick, who was delighted by Harry's proficiency and squeaked with excitement when Harry performed a perfect levitation charm on the first attempt, transfiguration with McGonagall, who watched Harry turn his match into a needle with narrow-eyed assessment and awarded Slytherin 5 points with the air of someone swallowing medicine, herbology with Sprout, who didn't care about house politics and simply loved plants with an infectious enthusiasm that made Harry genuinely enjoy getting dirt under his nails. Defense against the dark arts with Quirrell was odd. The man stuttered and flinched and reeked of garlic, and the classroom itself felt wrong. Not dangerous, exactly, wrong, the way a slightly out-of-tune instrument was wrong. Something about the back of Quirrell's turban made Harry's scar itch, a low, persistent irritation that he noticed but filed away without alarm. Pain was information. Information was useful. Afternoons were for building. Harry didn't announce what he was doing. He didn't make speeches or hold court or do any of the things that Draco was doing with increasing desperation. He simply was available. He sat in the common room in the same chair every evening, books spread on the table, and when younger Slytherins struggled with homework, he helped. When older students needed a fresh perspective on an essay, he offered one. When Tracy Davis couldn't get her switching spell to work, he spent 40 minutes walking her through the wand movement until she got it, and then he spent another 10 making sure she understood the theory behind it so she wouldn't need help next time. He was not a tutor. He was not a charity. He was making himself indispensable, one interaction at a time, and every person he helped became a thread in a web that was growing so gradually most people didn't realize it was being woven. Daphne watched it happen with a mix of admiration and unease. "You're building a network," she said one evening, after Harry had spent an hour helping a third-year named Adrian Pusey understand the undetectable extension charm for a charms essay. "I'm helping classmates with homework." "You're building a network." Pusey's mother sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. "Does she? I hadn't noticed." "Liar." Harry smiled. She was right, and they both knew it. But the thing was, and this was the part that made the strategy effective, he genuinely enjoyed helping. He liked watching someone struggle with a concept and then get it, watching the light come on. Cyrus had taught him to be useful, but Isadora had taught him to be kind, and the combination of the two was more powerful than either alone. Draco's approach was different, and Harry watched it with clinical interest. Draco was trying to lead through status, name-dropping his father, flashing his wealth, demanding loyalty as a birthright. It worked on Crabbe and Goyle, who had been raised to follow Malfoys the way sheepdogs were raised to follow shepherds. It worked on Pansy Parkinson, who had decided that attaching herself to Draco was her path to social power and pursued it with aggressive dedication. It didn't work on anyone else. By the end of the second week, the first-year Slytherins had quietly, almost unconsciously, organized themselves into two groups. Draco's circle, Crabbe, Goyle, Pansy, and Harry's. Blaise, Tracy, Theo, Daphne. And the thing that clearly ate at Draco, the thing Harry could see festering behind his grey eyes every time they crossed paths, was that Harry's group hadn't been recruited. They'd chosen. The confrontation, when it came, happened in a common room on a Tuesday evening. Harry was at his usual table, reviewing a transfiguration essay with Theo, when Draco walked over and sat down across from them without invitation. "We need to talk," Draco said. Harry looked up. "About?" "About the fact that you're acting like you run this house." "I'm helping Theo with his essay." "You're holding court." "You've been doing it since we got here. Every night, same table, same routine, people come to you like you're some kind of resource." Harry offered. Draco's jaw tightened. "You're not better than me, Greengrass. My family has money and a name and a seat on the Board of Governors through your mother's connections. I know. That's all real and it all matters. I'm not competing with you, Draco." "Then what are you doing?" Harry set down his quill. He gave Draco his full attention, calm, open, without a trace of condescension. This was important. Draco wasn't stupid, and a stupid enemy was useless while a clever rival could be shaped into something productive. "I'm being a good housemate," Harry said. "If that threatens you, that's worth examining. But it's not my problem." Draco's cheeks flushed. He looked at Theo, as if expecting support, but Theo was very deliberately studying his essay and offering nothing. Blaise, a few seats away, was watching the exchange with undisguised interest, a book open on his lap that he'd stopped pretending to read. "My father says the Greengrasses have always been fence-sitters," Draco said, and there was an edge in his voice now, not just competitive but genuinely angry. "He says your family waits to see who's winning before picking a side. Your father's entitled to his opinion. I'd note that the families who pick sides early tend to end up in Azkaban or dead when the side they picked loses. The Greengrasses are still here. Can every family say the same?" It was a precise, surgical cut, and they both knew it. Lucius Malfoy had stood trial for Death Eater activities and walked free on an imperious defense that nobody believed. Draco's face went white. "You don't want to make an enemy of me," Draco said quietly. "No," Harry agreed. I don't. That's why I've been friendly, patient, and fair with you since the train. That's why I'm telling you now, honestly, that I'm not your enemy. But I'm not your follower either, and I'm not going to be. If you can work with that, we'll get along fine. If you can't, Harry shrugged. That's your choice. But make it knowing that I'd genuinely prefer the first option. Draco stood. He stood there for a moment, caught between responses, his rehearsed scripts clearly failing him because this wasn't a situation Lucius had prepared him for. Finally, he turned and walked to his corner of the common room, where Pansy and Crabbe were waiting. Theo exhaled slowly. That could have gone worse. It went exactly how it needed to, Harry said, and picked up his quill. From across the room, Daphne caught his eye. She raised one eyebrow. He raised one back. They communicated in the silent language of siblings for a moment, and then they both returned to their work. The summons from Dumbledore came on a Friday, 3 weeks into term, delivered by a house elf who appeared beside Harry's chair in the common room with a soft pop and enormous eyes. Headmaster Dumbledore is requesting Harrison Greengrass sir to come to his office, sir. The password is acid pops, sir. Harry closed his book. When? Now, sir. If it pleases sir. Daphne looked up sharply. Harry met her eyes and gave her the slightest nod. I expected this, I'm ready, then stood and followed the house elf out of the common room. The walk through the castle at night was different from daytime. The corridors were emptier, the portraits drowsing, the suits of armor casting long shadows. Harry's footsteps echoed on the stone, and he used the time to prepare. Dumbledore would try warmth first. That was Cyrus's prediction, and Harry trusted it. The grandfatherly act, the twinkle, the offered sweets, the gentle questions designed to lower defenses. Harry's job was simple: be polite, give nothing, leave. The gargoyle outside the headmaster's office leapt aside at the password, and Harry rode the spiral staircase upward, watching the stone walls rotate around him. The door at the top was open. Of course it was. Dumbledore wanted him to feel welcome. The office was extraordinary, cluttered with silver instruments that whirred and clicked, lined with portraits of former headmasters who were pretending to sleep, and dominated by a large desk behind which Albus Dumbledore sat with a tea service already prepared. Harry, my boy. Do come in. Good evening, headmaster. I prefer Harrison, if it's all the same. The correction was delivered with a smile. Dumbledore's twinkle didn't falter, if anything, it intensified, as if Harry had done something amusing and endearing. Harrison, of course. Forgive an old man's habits. Tea. Thank you. Harry sat in the offered chair, comfortable, positioned to be slightly lower than Dumbledore's, a classic power arrangement that he noted without comment. He accepted the tea. He did not drink it, because accepting a beverage and consuming it were different social moves. Accepting showed trust. Not drinking maintained control. I wanted to welcome you personally, Dumbledore said. I realize I should have done so sooner. The start of term is always rather hectic. That's very kind of you, sir. Your professors speak highly of you. Professor Flitwick, in particular, is quite impressed. Professor Flitwick is an excellent teacher. I'm enjoying his class. And Professor Snape? The question was dropped in lightly, like a casual afterthought, but Harry heard the weight behind it. Dumbledore was probing. Had Snape said something? Had there been a conflict? Professor Snape is rigorous, Harry said. I appreciate rigor. I'm pleased to hear it. Dumbledore took a lemon drop from a dish on his desk, unwrapped it, popped it in his mouth. The gesture was grandfatherly and deliberate. I must confess, Harrison, I have a personal interest in your well-being. I knew your parents. James and Lily were remarkable people. So I've been told. I'm grateful for the family that raised me. The Greengrasses. Something moved through Dumbledore's expression, a shadow, quickly smoothed. Cyrus and Isadora have done well by you. That is evident. They have. I sometimes wonder, though, whether the path we're set on as children is always the one that leads to our greatest happiness. Your parents were Gryffindors, you know. Both of them. Quite passionate, quite brave. There is a legacy there, with respect, headmaster. Harry set his teacup down. The small click of porcelain on porcelain was the only sharp sound in the room. I was sorted by the hat into Slytherin. That process, I believe, is considered definitive. If you're suggesting that the sorting was incorrect, not at all, not at all. Dumbledore raised both hands in gentle surrender. The hat's wisdom is beyond question. I merely meant that blood carries certain inclinations. And I would not want you to feel that your parents' legacy is something to be set aside. I don't set aside anything, sir. I integrate it. My birth parents were brave and they died fighting evil. My adoptive parents are strategic and they've survived everything the world has thrown at them. I'd like to think I've inherited the best of both. Dumbledore studied him. The twinkle was still there, but behind it, Harry could see the gears turning, the vast, ancient intelligence that made this man the most formidable wizard in Britain, reassessing, recalculating. You're a remarkable young man, Harrison. Thank you, sir. I hope you'll come to me if you ever need guidance. My door is always open. That's very generous. Harry stood. If there's nothing else, sir, I should get back. Curfew. A flicker of something, surprise. He hadn't expected Harry to leave so soon. The meeting was supposed to last longer. There were supposed to be more openings for Dumbledore to probe, to connect, to begin the slow process of building a relationship that he could shape. Of course, Dumbledore said. Good night, Harrison. Good night, headmaster. Harry walked to the door. He was reaching for the handle when Dumbledore said, almost casually, I should mention, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds this year. I trust you'll respect that restriction. Harry turned. Dumbledore's expression was serene, grandfatherly, utterly benign. But he'd mentioned the corridor. He hadn't needed to, he'd already announced it at the feast. Mentioning it again, privately, to Harry specifically, was a signpost. An invitation. Come and look. Come and be curious. Come and be the hero I need you to be. Of course, sir, Harry said. I always respect restrictions. He left the office and walked back through the quiet castle, and his mind was working like a clock mechanism, gears interlocking, springs tensing, every piece moving toward a picture he could almost see. The third-floor corridor. A restriction announced publicly and then reinforced privately. Dumbledore wanted Harry to investigate. Which meant whatever was hidden there was part of the narrative Dumbledore was constructing, the story he wanted Harry to live inside. Harry would investigate. But not because Dumbledore wanted him to. Because knowledge was power, and whatever was important enough to hide behind a public warning was important enough to understand. He reached the Slytherin common room to find Daphne waiting in their corner, pretending to read, radiating impatience. Well? Harry sat down across from her and told her everything. Every word, every gesture, every micro-expression. When he finished, Daphne was quiet for a long moment. He's testing you. Obviously. The corridor thing. That's a lure. Yes. So we investigate. Yes. But carefully, and on our terms. I want to know what's there before we go anywhere near it. Research first. Daphne pulled out a fresh piece of parchment. Where do we start? The Daily Prophet Archives. Whatever Dumbledore's hiding, it was moved there recently, this restriction is new this year. Something happened over the summer that made him bring it to Hogwarts. Which means there's a trail. They worked until midnight, bent over parchment in the quiet common room, and Harry felt the familiar, thrilling sensation of a puzzle taking shape beneath his fingers. October came in cold and gray, and with it, two developments. The first was Quidditch. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, was a brute with a broom and a tactical mind that worked almost entirely through aggression. He'd announced first-year tryouts in the second week of term, unusual, since first years rarely made house teams, but Flint had heard about Harry's flying during their first lesson with Madame Hooch. That lesson had been something. The Gryffindor Slytherin class had assembled on the lawn with brooms, and Hooch had barely finished saying, "Up," before Harry's broom smacked into his palm with an eagerness that startled even him. Flying, it turned out, was the one area where preparation hadn't been necessary. It was instinct. It was blood. The moment his feet left the ground, something in Harry's chest unlocked, something primal and joyful and completely separate from strategy. He'd flown circles around the other students without meaning to, executed turns that made Hooch's whistle drop out of her mouth, and when Neville Longbottom panicked and fell from his broom, Harry was the one who dove 40 feet in a spiraling descent and caught his arm before the boy hit the ground, pulling up with 6 inches to spare. There hadn't been time to think about it. That was the remarkable part. No calculation, no strategy. Just a boy falling and Harry's body responding before his mind could interfere. Neville had looked at him with wide, terrified, grateful eyes. You caught me, hold on to the broom next time," Harry said, which came out harsher than he meant, so he added, "Are you all right?" Neville nodded, trembling. Madame Hooch had given Harry 20 points and a look of such astonishment that it was almost comical. Draco, who had been planning to mock Neville's remembrall, Harry had seen him eyeing it, quietly put whatever he'd been holding back in his pocket. Interesting. Draco had been planning cruelty but backed down once Harry demonstrated capability. That was useful information about how Draco made decisions. Flint caught Harry after the lesson. Tryouts. Saturday. Don't be late. Saturday came, and Harry flew. He flew the way he'd done everything else at Hogwarts, with precise, overwhelming competence that left no room for argument. Flint threw golf balls into the air and Harry caught every single one, some from dives that made the watching team members swear. He was faster than anyone on the pitch, more agile, more instinctive. The broom responded to him like an extension of his body. Flint named him Seeker on the spot and immediately began scheming about how to use the boy who lived's fame to get a sponsorship deal for new team brooms. Harry allowed it. Equipment upgrades benefited everyone, and letting Flint feel like he was using Harry meant Flint wouldn't notice Harry using him right back. The second development was the troll. It happened on Halloween night. Harry was at the feast, the great hall decorated with floating pumpkins and live bats, when Quirrell burst through the doors, turban askew, face grey with terror, and screamed about a troll in the dungeons before fainting in a theatrical heap that Harry immediately found suspicious. The hall erupted into panic. Dumbledore's amplified voice cut through the chaos, ordering students to their dormitories, which, for Slytherin, meant the dungeons. Where the troll supposedly was. Harry caught Daphne's eye. She caught Blaze's. Blaze caught Theo's. "We're not going to the dungeons," Harry said quietly, as the students surged toward the doors. "Then where?" Tracy began. "Follow me." He led them against the flow of traffic, slipping through a side corridor he'd mapped during the second week of term. For weeks of systematic exploration had given Harry a mental blueprint of the castle's ground and first floors. He knew 3 routes between the Great Hall and the Slytherin Common Room, and he knew which ones avoided the dungeon corridors entirely. They were on the first floor, moving quickly, when they heard it. A scream. High, terrified, coming from the girls' bathroom around the corner. Harry stopped. His 4 companions stopped behind him. "That's someone in trouble," Tracy said. "It's the troll," Daphne said. She'd gone pale but her voice was steady. "It's not in the dungeons. It's here." Harry's mind moved fast. Someone was trapped in that bathroom with a 12-foot mountain troll. The logical choice was to find a teacher. The strategic choice was to avoid personal risk and let the staff handle it. The right choice, Harry drew his wand. Stay here, he told the others. Like hell, Daphne said, and drew hers. Daphne, both of us. Remember? He looked at her for a half-second, then nodded. Blaise, Theo, Tracy, find a teacher. Snape, McGonagall, anyone. Tell them first floor, girls' bathroom. Go. They went. Harry and Daphne moved toward the scream. The bathroom door was hanging off its hinges. Inside, a mountain troll, massive, gray-skinned, stupid-eyed, holding a club the size of a tree trunk, was systematically destroying the stalls while a girl cowered under the sinks. Hermione Granger. She was soaked and covered in dust and her eyes were enormous with terror. Harry assessed the situation in 2 seconds. The troll was between him and Hermione. The room was small, limited maneuverability. The troll was slow but enormously strong. Direct confrontation was stupid. Indirect was better. Daphne, keep its attention. Don't get close. Noise and movement. Daphne didn't hesitate. She banged her wand against a pipe, clang clang clang, and shouted, "Hey! Over here, you great ugly," the troll turned. Its tiny eyes focused on Daphne. It grunted and swung its club, shattering a row of sinks. Daphne dove sideways, fast and agile. Harry circled. He got behind the troll, raised his wand, and said, clearly and with conviction, Wingardium Leviosa. The club wrenched itself from the troll's grip and rose into the air. The troll looked up at it with dumb confusion. Harry released the charm. The club dropped 12 feet and hit the troll on the crown of its skull with a sound like a melon hitting cobblestones. The troll swayed, its eyes crossed, and then it fell forward and hit the floor with a crash that shook the walls. Silence. Dust settled. Water sprayed from broken pipes. Hermione Granger stared at Harry from under the sinks, her mouth open. Daphne leaned against the wall, breathing hard but grinning. Harry, Hermione whispered. How did you, are you hurt? No. No, I'm fine, then we should leave before the teachers arrive. Harry crossed the room and offered Hermione his hand. She took it and he pulled her up. She was shaking. Can you walk? Yes. Yes, I can walk. Thank you. Both of you, thank you. They were in the corridor, Hermione still trembling, when McGonagall arrived at a run with Snape and Quirrell behind her. McGonagall took in the scene, the destroyed bathroom, the unconscious troll, 3 first-years standing in the hallway looking remarkably composed, and her face cycled through approximately 15 emotions in 3 seconds. Explain, she said. Harry explained. He kept it factual, concise, and structured. They'd been heading back to the common room via the first floor to avoid the dungeons. They'd heard a scream. They'd found Miss Granger trapped. They'd acted. You should have found a teacher, McGonagall said, but her voice was shaking slightly and she was looking at the troll through the bathroom door with an expression that suggested she knew exactly what would have happened to Hermione if they hadn't intervened. I sent 3 students to find one, Harry said. In the time it took them to reach you, Miss Granger could have been killed. We made a judgment call. McGonagall stared at him. Then she said, very quietly, 20 points to Slytherin. Each. She turned to Hermione. Miss Granger, are you? I'm fine, Professor. They saved my life. After McGonagall swept Hermione away to the hospital wing and Quirrell went to deal with the troll, casting quick, nervous glances at Harry that felt wrong somehow, too calculating for a man who'd fainted at the sight of the thing, Snape remained. He stood in the corridor, looking at Harry, and there was something new in his expression. The hostility was still there, buried deep, but layered over it was something Harry could only describe as recognition. As if Snape were seeing someone he'd known a long time ago, reflected in someone new. That was reckless, Snape said. It was necessary. Your mother was the same way. She could never walk past someone in trouble. His voice was barely audible. He seemed to be saying it to himself rather than to Harry. Then louder, sharper, "Go to your dormitory. Now." Harry went. In the common room, Blaise and Theo and Tracy were waiting, and the story had already spread through the house. First years had taken down a troll, and the older students were looking at Harry with something new. Not just curiosity. Respect. Draco was conspicuously silent. Harry sat in his chair. Daphne sat in hers. They looked at each other across the table. "That wasn't politics," Daphne said quietly. "No. That was you hearing someone scream and running toward it." Harry didn't answer immediately. He thought about the moment, the scream, the decision, the split second where calculation had shut off and something else had taken over. Something older than training. Something that the Sorting Hat might have called courage, if it were feeling generous. "Maybe," he said. "Or maybe it was just the right move." Daphne smiled. It was a complicated smile. "Your mother, Lily, I mean, she'd have done the same thing." According to Snape, yes. According to everyone who knew her. Daphne reached across the table and squeezed his hand, once, briefly. "I'm glad we did it." "Me too." And he was surprised to find that he meant it with a depth of feeling that had nothing to do with strategy. They'd saved someone's life. Hermione Granger was alive because they'd run toward the sound of screaming instead of away from it. The warm thing in his chest expanded, and for once, Harry didn't try to categorize it. But saving Hermione Granger's life was one thing. What Harry did with it afterward was something else entirely. The next morning, every student in Hogwarts knew the story. 3 first-year Slytherins had fought a mountain troll and won. The boy who lived had saved a Muggle-born Gryffindor. The narrative wrote itself, and Harry let it write. He didn't seek interviews or attention or make pronouncements. He simply went to breakfast, sat in his usual place, and let the whispers do the work. Because the story of a Slytherin saving a Muggleborn was a bomb thrown into the center of every assumption the school held about house identity. Slytherins were supposed to be prejudiced. Slytherins were supposed to be cowards. And here was the most famous Slytherin in a generation, saving a Muggleborn girl's life without hesitation. Hermione came to the Slytherin table at lunch. This was, to Harry's knowledge, something that simply did not happen. Students didn't cross house tables. The invisible boundaries were absolute. But Hermione Granger had apparently not read the manual on invisible boundaries, because she walked straight across the Great Hall with every eye tracking her and sat down next to Daphne. "I want to thank you properly," she said. Her chin was up and her voice carried. She knew people were watching. She didn't care. "Both of you. You saved my life." "You're welcome," Daphne said. "I like your hair today." Hermione touched her bushy curls self-consciously. "It's the same as always." "I know. I've always liked it. I was just never in a position to mention it before." Harry watched the exchange and saw something unexpected happening, a genuine connection forming. Not strategic. Not political. Two girls who had survived something terrifying together and come out the other side with a bond that had nothing to do with house colors. He let it happen. Some things shouldn't be optimized. But the troll incident had a secondary effect that Harry hadn't planned but immediately exploited. In the chaos of Halloween night, he'd noticed something: Snape's robes. When Snape had arrived in the corridor, his robes were torn at the ankle and there was blood on his leg. He'd been limping. And he'd come from the direction of the third-floor corridor, not from the dungeons. Harry filed this away, told Daphne, and that night they sat in the common room after everyone else had gone to bed and laid out what they knew. "The third-floor corridor is guarding something," Harry said. "Dumbledore announced it publicly and then told me about it privately. He wants me to investigate." "The Gringotts break in," Daphne said. She'd found the article in the Prophet archives. Vault 713 had been broken into earlier that year, but nothing was stolen because the vault had been emptied earlier that day. The same day Hagrid had visited London with a small package. Whatever was in that vault is now here. And someone's trying to steal it. The troll was a distraction, get everyone away from the third floor. Snape went to check on whatever it is and got injured. Which means there's a guardian there that can hurt even a teacher. Snape? Maybe. Or maybe Snape was trying to stop whoever actually let the troll in. Harry drummed his fingers on the table. Quirrell. The stuttering defense teacher. His stutter comes and goes. Have you noticed? It's worse when other teachers are around. When he's alone with students, it almost disappears. He's performing. Daphne considered this. That's a big accusation. It's a hypothesis. We need more data. Harry pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. I want to know what's in that corridor, what's guarding it, and who's trying to steal it. And I want to know before Dumbledore decides to push me toward it. Why? Because if someone's going to manipulate me into a confrontation, I'd rather walk in knowing what I'm facing than stumble in blind. Dumbledore's writing a story where the brave young hero faces a trial and proves himself worthy. I'd prefer to write my own. They worked until 2 in the morning. Harry wrote a letter to Cyrus, carefully coded in a system they'd established before term, certain words replaced with others, references to fictional relatives that conveyed real intelligence. Cyrus would understand. Cyrus would dig. In the meantime, Harry had a school to navigate, a power base to build, and a headmaster to outmaneuver. He permitted himself one moment of honest emotion as he climbed into bed that night. Not satisfaction, that was too simple. What he felt was engagement. The full, electric engagement of a mind working at capacity against problems worthy of its attention. He was, against all his training and better judgment, having fun. Somewhere in the castle, Albus Dumbledore sat in his office and sucked on a lemon drop and stared at a silver instrument that monitored Harry's emotional state and frowned, because the readings were not what he expected. Not distress. Not loneliness. Not the desperate need for belonging that would have driven Harry to him. Contentment. Confidence. Control. Dumbledore put the instrument away and, for the first time in a very long while, began to worry that his plan might not work. 3 floors below, in the greenlit dark of the Slytherin dormitory, Harrison Greengrass slept soundly and dreamed of nothing at all. Chapter 3. The Serpent's Garden. November stripped the grounds bare and brought the kind of cold that settled into stone walls and stayed there. The castle adapted, fireplaces roaring in every common room, warming charms layered into the corridors by the staff, the house elves adding extra blankets to beds without being asked. The Slytherin dormitory, being underwater, had its own particular brand of cold, a damp, mineral chill that crept up through the floor and made the lake light seem to shiver. Harry barely noticed. He was too busy. The study group started on a Wednesday, and it started small. Tracy had been struggling with the theoretical framework behind basic transfiguration, not the practical work. She could do the spells fine, but McGonagall's essays required an understanding of Gamp's law and elemental conjuration theory that the textbook explained badly and the professor explained not at all, assuming students would simply absorb it through proximity to her competence. Harry helped Tracy. Then Theo asked for help with Charm's theory. Then Blaise, who turned out to have a genuine blind spot in herbology because his mother's various mansions had never included a garden. Then Daphne, who didn't need help with anything but sat in anyway because she understood what Harry was building before he'd fully articulated it to himself. By the second week, the group had expanded. 2 second-year Slytherins, a boy named Cassius Warrington and a girl named Flora Caro, whose family name made people flinch but who personally was quiet and studious and wanted desperately to be judged on her own merits, asked to join. Then a 3rd year. Then, unexpectedly, a Ravenclaw. Padma Patil appeared at the library table where the group met on Wednesday evenings, clutching a potions textbook and looking like she was about to commit a social transgression punishable by death. "I heard you explain catalytic reagents to Tracy Davis last week," she said to Harry, words tumbling fast. "In the library. I was at the next table. You explained it better than Snape has all term. Is this only for Slytherins? Harry looked at her. Then he looked at the empty chair at the end of the table. Sit down, Patil. She sat. Tracy handed her a biscuit from the tin they'd started bringing, a small, humanizing touch that Daphne had insisted on. Welcome to the snake pit, Tracy said. We don't bite. Usually. Padma smiled nervously and opened her textbook, and just like that, the study group was Crosshouse. Within a month, they had 14 regular members. 8 Slytherins, 3 Ravenclaws, 2 Hufflepuffs, and Hermione Granger, who represented Gryffindor and who had walked in the third week with the air of someone storming a barricade and announced that she was joining whether anyone liked it or not. Everyone liked it. Hermione was brilliant, genuinely brilliant, and she had a way of attacking problems from angles that nobody else saw. She and Harry developed a dynamic. He provided the strategic framework, she provided the raw intellectual horsepower, and between them they could crack any first-year topic in 20 minutes and make it accessible to everyone at the table. Daphne and Hermione's friendship deepened into something that surprised both of them. They were wildly different, Daphne cool and composed, Hermione passionate and uncontained, but they fit together like complementary puzzle pieces. Daphne taught Hermione how to read a room. Hermione taught Daphne that sometimes the bravest thing was saying exactly what you thought without filtering it. You've created a faction, Blaise observed one evening, as they watched the study group pack up. 14 students, 4 houses, laughing and arguing about whether switching spells violated the second principle of transfiguration or merely bent it. I've created a study group, Harry said. You've created a faction, and you've done it so smoothly that nobody feels factioned. They feel helped. They feel included. And every single one of them now has a positive personal association with you that they'll carry for the rest of their time at Hogwarts. Blaise paused. It's genuinely frightening. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. I know. I'm choosing to take it as one. Blaise studied him for a moment with those dark, calculating eyes, and then laughed, a real laugh, warm and surprised, the kind he rarely let anyone hear. You know what's funny? I came to Hogwarts planning to stay neutral. Attached to no one, own nothing, coast through on charm and family money. My mother's strategy, it worked for her 7 times. 8, Harry corrected. The Albanian count makes 8. We don't talk about the Albanian count. The point is, I was going to be a ghost. And now I'm sitting here voluntarily helping Hufflepuffs with their potions homework and actually enjoying it, and it's entirely your fault. Guilty. You are, and the worst part is you don't even feel bad about it. But he was smiling, and the smile was genuine, and Harry understood that something had shifted between them, from association to alliance to something closer to friendship. Real friendship, the kind you couldn't manufacture. Harry valued it more than he'd expected to. Quidditch arrived like a storm. The first match of the season was Slytherin versus Gryffindor, because of course it was. The universe, Harry was increasingly convinced, had a dramatist's instinct for scheduling. The boy who lived, the Slytherin seeker, the youngest player in a century, against the ancient Gryffindor rival, in front of the entire school. Harry had been training with Flint's squad 3 evenings a week, and the experience had been educational in ways that went beyond flying. Flint ran the team like a military unit, brutal drills, aggressive formations, 0 tolerance for error. The older players were physically intimidating and played a brand of Quidditch that existed right on the edge of legality and frequently toppled over it. Harry didn't object. He adapted. He learned to fly in traffic, to dodge bludgers that the beaters, accidentally, sent his way during practice, to read the movement of 6 other players and predict trajectories 3 moves ahead. His natural talent on a broom was extraordinary, but talent without discipline was just potential, and Flint, for all his thuggishness, understood discipline. The morning of the match, Harry ate a light breakfast and reviewed his notes. He'd watched Gryffindor's practice sessions from the astronomy tower with a pair of omnioculars Cyrus had sent, perfectly legal, since there was no rule against scouting, just an unwritten convention that Flint had cheerfully shattered years ago. The Gryffindor Seeker was Charlie Weasley's replacement, a fifth-year named Cormac McLaggen who had been keeper before switching positions and who flew with more courage than sense. He dives early, Harry told Flint over breakfast. He commits to straight-line pursuit and doesn't adjust mid-flight. If I faint, he'll follow. If I faint twice, he'll crash. Flint grinned. It was not a pleasant grin. Do that. The match began at 11 under a sky the color of old pewter. The stands were packed. Harry could see the entire school arranged in their house colors, a sea of scarlet and green with pockets of blue and yellow. Daphne was in the front row of the Slytherin section with Tracy, Blaise, and Theo. She'd charmed a banner that said, Greengrass, in silver letters that caught the light and shifted angle so it was visible from anywhere on the pitch. Madam Hooch blew her whistle. 14 brooms launched into the air. Harry rose above the chaos immediately, climbing to altitude while the chasers fought over the quaffle below. This was his job, not to engage, not to score, not to brawl. To watch. To wait. To see the snitch before anyone else. The game below was violent. Flint played like he was trying to commit assault with a broomstick. The Gryffindor chasers were faster but Slytherin was dirtier, and the score seesawed, 40-30 Gryffindor, then 50-50, then 70-50 Slytherin after Flint body-checked a chaser so hard the boy nearly fell off his broom. Harry circled. He scanned. The snitch was nowhere visible, which was normal. The ball was designed to disappear for long stretches, making the game into an endurance contest punctuated by explosive action. Then his broom bucked. It was subtle at first, a tremor, like turbulence. Harry adjusted his grip and the broom steadied. Then it bucked again, harder, and this time it didn't stop. The broom jerked sideways, then up, then tried to roll completely. Harry clamped his legs and held on with both hands, his wand trapped in his sleeve, and felt the unmistakable signature of external magic forcing his broom to disobey him. Someone was jinxing his broom. Harry's mind went cold and clear. He was 200 feet in the air on a broom that was actively trying to throw him. Panic was not an option. He needed to identify the source, counter it, or get to the ground. He scanned the stands. From this height, the spectators were a blur of color, but Harry's eyes, trained by 4 weeks of seeking drills, picked out details. The staff section. The teachers watching the match. And there, 2 of them, their lips moving in a constant, unbroken mutter. Quirrell and Snape, side by side, both staring at Harry with fixed intensity. One of them was jinxing his broom. The other was counter-cursing. But which was which? The broom rolled again and Harry's legs slipped. He was hanging by his hands now, 200 feet up, the wind tearing at his robes, and below him the crowd was screaming. He heard Daphne's voice, or thought he did, sharp and terrified. Think. He couldn't reach his wand without letting go with one hand. He couldn't counter-curse while physically fighting the broom. He needed the caster to break eye contact. Jinxes on moving objects required sustained visual focus. Harry did the only thing he could do. He let go. The crowd's scream was a physical thing, a wall of sound that hit him as he fell. The wind roared past his ears. The ground rushed up. 1 second. 2. Harry twisted in midair, pulled his wand from his sleeve in a motion so fast his hand blurred, and cast, Arresto Momentum. His fall slowed, not stopped. The spell wasn't strong enough for that. He was 11 and casting against gravity and velocity, but slowed enough that when he hit his broom, which had gone still the instant the jinxer flinched at his fall, the impact was jarring rather than lethal. He caught the handle, swung his legs over, and was flying again before most of the spectators had finished processing what they'd seen. A first-year had free-fallen off a broom and cast a third-year charm on himself in midair. The staff section had gone utterly still. Harry could see Quirrell's face, pale, startled, the turban askew, and Snape's, which was a mask of something so intense it could have been rage or relief or both. And then Harry saw the snitch. It was hovering 3 feet above the ground, near the base of the Gryffindor goalposts, drawn to the warmth of the goal hoops, probably, the way snitches sometimes were in cold weather. McLaggen was 100 feet above it, distracted by Harry's fall, staring at the spot where Harry had nearly died. Harry dove. This wasn't a feint. This was a full-speed, vertical dive from 200 feet, the kind of thing that looked like a death wish from the outside but felt, to Harry, like the purest expression of what flying was supposed to be. The wind flattened his robes against his body. The ground swelled beneath him. He pulled out of the dive 3 feet from the turf, extended his arm, and felt the snitch's wings flutter against his fingers as they closed around it. The whistle blew. The game was over. Slytherin won. The Slytherin section exploded. Harry landed on the pitch with the snitch held high and was immediately swarmed. Flint grabbed him in a crushing hug, the beaters were whooping, even the reserve players were sprinting across the grass. In the stands, Daphne was screaming so loud he could pick her voice out of the thousand. But Harry's eyes went to the staff section. Snape was standing, his hands gripping the railing, his expression unreadable. Quirrell was gone, slipped away during the chaos, and Harry marked his absence as confirmation. After the match, in the changing room, Flint pounded Harry's back so hard it actually hurt. "That catch, the fall, you mad bastard, language, Captain. You beautiful mad bastard." Harry showered, changed, and left the pitch. Daphne was waiting outside with the others, Tracy was practically vibrating with excitement, Theo had the closest thing to a smile Harry had ever seen on his face, and Blaise was leaning against the wall looking impossibly cool except for the fact that his eyes were suspiciously bright. "You fell off your broom," Daphne said. Her voice was controlled but her hands were shaking. "I was pushed. And I got back on. You fell 200 feet, and arrested my own momentum. I'm fine. You're fine. He's fine." Daphne turned to Tracy. "He's fine. He fell off a broomstick from the height of a castle tower and he's fine. I'm also holding the snitch, if anyone cares about the result." Daphne punched him in the arm. Hard. Then she hugged him, brief and fierce, and when she pulled back, her eyes were wet and furious. "Don't do that again." "The catching the snitch part, or the falling part?" "Harry. I'll try not to fall. The catching, I make no promises about." That evening in the common room, the Slytherin celebration was loud and genuine. Someone had smuggled in butterbeer from somewhere. Harry suspected the Weasley twins had a hand in the supply chain, which raised interesting questions about cross-house commerce, and the entire house was buzzing. First years to 7th years, united by the universal truth that winning felt good. Harry sat in his corner and accepted congratulations with grace and deflected praise toward the team, Flint's tactical aggression, the beaters' work, the chasers' scoring. It was honest and it was strategic. Making the victory collective rather than personal bound the house to him more tightly than any individual glory could. But underneath the celebration, his mind was working. Someone had tried to kill him. Or, at minimum, someone had tried to hurt him badly enough to remove him from the game, and from the school. The broom jinx was advanced magic, sustained and deliberate, requiring eye contact and concentration. That ruled out students. The two candidates were Quirrell and Snape, and Harry was increasingly sure it was Quirrell. He needed proof. He needed to understand why. He pulled Daphne aside after the celebration wound down. "I need to tell you something," he said. "And I need you to not punch me again. No promises." He told her about the jinxed broom, both what had happened and what he'd observed. 2 teachers muttering. 2 candidates. The eye contact requirement. Quirrell's disappearance after. Daphne listened without interrupting, her face going progressively stonier. "So someone on the Hogwarts staff tried to murder you during a Quidditch match in front of the entire school," she said. "That's the working theory. And you think it's Quirrell?" I think it's Quirrell. Snape had every reason to help me. I'm in his house, I just won his team the match, and whatever his feelings about my birth father, he seems to have genuinely cared about my mother. Quirrell has been wrong since the start of term. The stutter, the turban, the garlic, my scar itching every time I'm near him, something is off. We need to tell someone. Who? Dumbledore already knows something's wrong with Quirrell and he's done nothing. Either he's testing Quirrell the way he's testing me, or he can't act, or he's choosing not to. None of those options end with him protecting me. Snape? Maybe. Eventually. When I have something more than suspicion. Your father. Harry nodded. I'll write to Cyrus tonight. Coded. But Daphne, this is connected to the third-floor corridor. Whatever's hidden there, Quirrell wants it. The troll was his distraction on Halloween. The broom jinx was either retaliation for me interfering with his plan or an attempt to remove me as an obstacle. Either way, it means I'm already in this whether I want to be or not. Daphne was quiet for a long time. The common room was empty now, everyone else had gone to bed, and the lake light played across her face in shifting green patterns. Mum's going to kill you, she said finally. Mum's going to kill whoever tried to jinx my broom. Then she's going to kill me for not telling her sooner. Fair. Daphne took a breath. Okay. What's the plan? We figure out what's in the third-floor corridor. We figure out what Quirrell really is. And we do it before Dumbledore decides to push me there himself. And if Dumbledore and Quirrell are both problems, then we handle both. Daphne looked at him steadily. Together. Always. The letter from Cyrus arrived 3 days later, carried by the family's second owl, not Brutus, who was recognizable, but a nondescript brown barn owl that wouldn't attract attention. Harry decoded it at his desk in the dormitory while Theo read nearby and politely pretended not to notice. Harrison, your Aunt Greta asks about your studies, she hopes you're enjoying magical theory. Your Uncle Aldous sends his regards and asks if you've visited the groundskeeper's dog yet. He's always been fond of large breeds. On the subject of your concerns about your defense professor, I've made inquiries through our friends at the ministry. His sabbatical last year took him to Albania, where he was studying local folklore, particularly regarding the forests. He returned changed, according to colleagues. I trust your judgment and advise caution. Your mother sends love and demands longer letters. Father Harry decoded it in his head. Aunt Greta was the code for information about Nicholas Flamel. Cyrus had been researching what might be hidden at Hogwarts and wanted Harry to look into the connection. Uncle Aldous, and the reference to the groundskeeper's dog meant Cyrus had intelligence suggesting Hagrid was involved in guarding whatever it was, and that a large beast, likely the three-headed dog several students had mentioned hearing growling behind the third-floor door, was part of the protections. The Albania reference was the real prize. Quirrell had been to Albania. Albania was where, according to certain dark intelligence circles that Cyrus had access to through his ministry work, Voldemort's spirit was rumored to have fled after his defeat. Harry set the letter down. Quirrell had been to Albania. He'd come back changed. He wore a turban he'd never worn before. Harry's scar, the scar left by Voldemort's killing curse, burned whenever Quirrell was close. The picture forming in Harry's mind was monstrous and clear. He found Hermione in the library that evening. She was alone at her usual table, surrounded by a fortress of books, her quill moving so fast it was almost a blur. Hermione. I need your research skills. She looked up. Her eyes sharpened. For what? Nicholas Flamel. I need everything you can find about him. Nicholas Flamel. The alchemist? She said it immediately, without hesitation, and Harry felt a pulse of genuine admiration. Of course she knew. Hermione Granger had read everything published in the Wizarding World, and probably half of what hadn't been. He's the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. It produces the elixir of life, immortality, essentially, and can turn any metal into gold. He's over 600 years old. He's a known associate of," she stopped. Her eyes went wide. "Dumbledore. He's a known associate of Dumbledore." "Yes. The third-floor corridor." "You think the Philosopher's Stone is hidden in the third-floor corridor?" "I think it's the only object valuable enough to justify hiding in a school full of children, and the only object connected to Dumbledore that someone might be desperate enough to steal." Hermione's face cycled through a rapid series of expressions: alarm, excitement, calculation, more alarm. "Harry, if someone's trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, then we need to understand the protections around it, and we need to understand who's trying, and we need to do both before anyone gets hurt. I'm not asking you to go anywhere near the corridor. I'm asking you to research Flammel, the stone, its properties, its defenses. You're the best researcher I've ever met. Will you help?" She held his gaze for a long moment, and Harry saw the war playing out behind her brown eyes, the rule follower versus the problem solver, the student who wanted to trust authority versus the girl who'd been trapped in a bathroom with a troll while authority did nothing. "I'll help," she said. "But I want to know everything. Not the version you tell people. Everything. Deal?" They shook on it, and Harry walked back to the dungeons through corridors that felt darker than they had an hour ago, because the shape of what he was facing had crystallized and it was bigger and more terrible than a Jinx broomstick. If he was right, if the turban concealed what he thought it concealed, then Voldemort was in Hogwarts. Not fully alive, not fully present, but there. Parasitic. Wearing Quirrell like a suit. And Dumbledore either didn't know or did know and was allowing it, and Harry couldn't decide which possibility was worse. He wrote another letter to Cyrus that night. This one was longer, more detailed, and ended with a question he'd never asked his father before: how much danger am I actually in? The answer came 2 days later, and it was the shortest coded message Cyrus had ever sent. "More than I'd like. Trust your instincts. I'm working on it from this end. Do not confront anything alone." Harry read it twice, folded it carefully, and locked it in the bottom of his trunk. December arrived with snow and a shift in the castle's atmosphere, the manic energy of the first term giving way to something softer, almost gentle, as the holidays approached. Students began leaving in groups, the hallways emptying, the great noisy machine of Hogwarts winding down to a skeleton crew. Harry had told his parents he was staying for Christmas. Daphne had insisted on staying with him, and Isadora had objected, and Cyrus had overruled her, gently, in the way he did when he understood something that his wife's protective instincts were blocking. "He needs to be there," Cyrus had written to Daphne separately, in a letter that wasn't coded because it didn't need to be. "And you need to be with him. Watch his back. That's not a request." So they stayed. The Slytherin dormitory emptied around them, Draco went home to the manor, Pansy to whatever gilded cage the Parkinsons occupied, Crabbe and Goyle to wherever Crabbe and Goyle went when they weren't orbiting Malfoy. Blaise stayed, citing his mother's current trip to the continent with husband number 8. Theo stayed, offering no reason, which was itself a reason. The castle at Christmas was a different beast entirely. Smaller and quieter and lit with something warmer than the usual torchlight. Hagrid dragged in enormous trees. Flitwick decorated them with living fairies. The suits of armor sang carols, badly, at all hours. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed. Gifts from Isadora and Cyrus, books, a new set of quills, a silver pocket watch that had belonged to Cyrus's father. Fudge and a hand-knitted jumper from, he checked the card, Molly Weasley, which was unexpected and oddly touching. Ron must have written home about him. Hermione had sent a day planner with every significant date in wizarding history annotated in her tiny, precise handwriting. And one package with no card. Harry unwrapped it carefully and found fabric that flowed like liquid mercury, weightless, iridescent, shimmering with an inner light that seemed to exist slightly outside normal vision. An invisibility cloak. There was a note, unsigned, Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Harry held the cloak in his hands and felt its magic, old, deep, layered with centuries of use and intent. This was not a standard invisibility cloak. Standard cloaks faded over time, their charms degrading. This one felt as powerful as the day it was made. It was a family heirloom. James Potter's cloak, returned by someone who had kept it for 10 years and chosen this specific moment to give it back. Dumbledore. Obviously. The question was why now, and the answer was equally obvious. A tool. An invitation. "Here, Harry, take this cloak and go exploring. Go to the third-floor corridor. Be curious. Be brave. Be the boy I need you to be." Harry put the cloak on. He vanished. The sensation was extraordinary, not just visual invisibility but a kind of existential displacement, as if the cloak was removing him from the fabric of the world itself. He took it off and folded it carefully into his trunk. "What was that?" Theo said from across the dormitory, his voice careful and impressed. "Insurance," Harry said. Christmas dinner was a small affair, the remaining students gathered at a single table, house distinctions temporarily dissolved by the intimacy of a nearly empty castle. Dumbledore wore a paper crown from a wizard cracker and seemed genuinely happy in a way that made him almost likable. Almost. Harry ate roast potatoes and pulled crackers and let himself enjoy the warmth of it. Daphne sat on one side of him, Blaise on the other. Across the table, Theo was having an actual conversation with a Hufflepuff third year about arithmancy, and Theo looked, not happy, exactly, but something adjacent. Present. Engaged. Like a boy who was discovering that the world might contain things other than his father's empty house and his own loneliness. After dinner, Harry and Daphne retreated to an empty classroom they'd claimed as their planning space. They spread parchment on the desks and laid out everything they had. "The Philosopher's Stone is in the third-floor corridor," Harry said, pinning a sheet to the wall. "It's guarded by multiple protections, at minimum, a three-headed dog that Hagrid presumably supplied, and likely individual challenges created by each member of staff. Quirrell, or whatever Quirrell has become, is trying to steal it. Dumbledore knows something is wrong but is allowing events to play out, possibly because he wants me to intervene. The stone grants immortality," Daphne added, pinning her own research next to his. "If Voldemort's spirit is parasitizing Quirrell, immortality is exactly what he'd need. A body. A return. And Dumbledore's letting it happen. Not letting it. Orchestrating. He's set a trap, the stone as bait, the protections as a gauntlet, and you as the final piece. He wants you in that corridor, Harry. He's been steering you there since the welcome feast." Harry paced. He didn't usually pace, it was a visible sign of agitation, which meant it was a concession, and concessions cost, but they were alone and Daphne didn't count. "Here's what I don't understand," he said. "If Dumbledore knows it's Voldemort, why not simply move the stone? Why not increase the protections? Why not deal with Quirrell himself? He's the most powerful wizard alive. Quirrell is a parasite carrying a fragment of a dead Dark Lord. It shouldn't be a contest. Unless Dumbledore needs the confrontation to happen," Daphne said slowly. "Unless the point isn't protecting the stone, it's testing you." "Testing me for what?" "I don't know. But think about it from his perspective. He lost control of you 10 years ago. You were supposed to be his project, raised in deprivation, rescued by Hogwarts, shaped into a weapon. Instead you were raised by our family, and you arrived as something he can't control. So he needs to know what you are. He needs to see what happens when you're pushed to the edge." Harry stopped pacing. He looked at Daphne, and she looked back, and in the space between them was the understanding they'd been building for 10 years, the shared language of a family that dealt in strategy and power and, underneath it all, loved each other fiercely. "Then I need to be ready," Harry said. "Not on his timeline. On mine. I need to understand every protection, every challenge, every variable. And when I go through that corridor, Daphne. We go, or nobody goes. That's not negotiable. It could be dangerous. A troll was dangerous. You didn't stop me then. I didn't have time to stop you then. I have time now. Daphne stood and walked over to him and looked up at him. She was slightly shorter, and she would never, in 100 years, admit that it bothered her, and said, with absolute conviction, Harry. I'm going. The only question is whether we plan together or I follow you under your fancy new cloak. Choose. Harry chose. They planned together. That night, after Daphne had gone to bed and the castle was deep in Christmas quiet, Harry took the invisibility cloak from his trunk. He held it for a moment, feeling its weight, or lack of weight, and thinking. Then he put it on and went to find what Dumbledore wanted him to find. Not the third-floor corridor. Not tonight. Tonight he had a different destination. The castle was his. Invisible, silent, he moved through corridors he'd mapped and catalogued, past sleeping portraits and prowling cats, Mrs. Norris, Filch's familiar, who paused and sniffed the air where he'd passed but couldn't fix on his location, until he reached the 7th floor and a stretch of blank wall opposite a tapestry of trolls in tutus. He'd read about this in one of Cyrus's journals. The Room of Requirement. A legendary Hogwarts artifact that created whatever space you needed, if you knew how to ask. Harry walked past the wall 3 times, thinking, I need a place to practice. A place where I won't be found. A place with everything I need to prepare for what's coming. On the 3rd pass, a door appeared. He opened it and stepped inside and found himself in a room that understood him. It was large, the size of the practice room at home, with stone floors and high ceilings and racks of equipment along the walls. Practice dummies. Targets. Books. A potions workstation. A dueling strip marked on the floor. Everything he needed, arranged with an intelligence that felt almost alive. Harry took off the cloak. He stood in the center of the room and drew his wand and felt something settle in his chest, not the warm complicated thing, not the cold clinical thing, but something in between. Purpose. He began to train. January brought the students back and the castle roared to life again. Draco returned from Christmas with new robes and a sharper edge, clearly having received instructions from Lucius over the holiday. Pansy was louder. Crabbe and Goyle were, impossibly, larger. The dynamics had shifted, though, and Draco felt it. During the break, with Draco absent, the first-year Slytherins who'd been on the fence had drifted naturally toward Harry's group. Not dramatically, no one had made speeches or declarations, but the gravitational pull of competence and warmth was stronger than the gravitational pull of wealth and threats. Draco returned to find his kingdom shrunk. Harry watched Draco process this during the first week back. Watched the grey eyes track the study group, the casual conversations, the way Tracy and Theo and Blaise orbited Harry without being asked. Watched Draco's jaw tighten and his fists clench and the wheels turn behind his carefully composed expression. The explosion came on a Thursday. Neville Longbottom was walking to herbology, alone as usual. Neville was almost always alone, a fact that Harry had noticed and filed with a pang of something his training didn't have a name for, when Draco stepped into his path. Crabbe and Goyle materialized behind him like conjured walls. Longbottom. Draco's voice carried down the corridor. I heard your grandmother sent you another howler. What was it this time? Did you fail to tie your shoes properly? Neville went red. Leave me alone, Malfoy. Or what? You'll toad me to death. Draco reached out and flicked Neville's bag, spilling books across the stone floor. Crabbe laughed, a thick, dull sound. Pick those up. On your knees. Harry was 20 feet away, coming around the corner with Daphne and Tracy. He saw the scene, read it instantly. Draco wasn't just bullying Neville, he was performing. This was a display. A reassertion of dominance. And the choice of target was deliberate. Neville was a Gryffindor, a pure blood, and connected to Harry through the troll incident and the flying lesson catch. Hurting Neville was a message aimed at Harry. Harry didn't run. He didn't shout. He walked forward at his normal pace, his expression pleasantly neutral, and said, "Draco." Just his name. One word. But said in a way that made the corridor go quiet. Draco turned. His face was flushed with the particular energy of someone who'd been waiting for a confrontation and was almost relieved it had arrived. "Greengrass. This doesn't concern you. It concerns me when a member of my house is bullying a classmate in the corridor. It's crude, Draco. It's visible. And it reflects poorly on all of us. Don't lecture me, I'm not lecturing. I'm telling you to stop. Now." The word now landed like a gavel. The corridor was full of students, all of whom had stopped to watch. Harry was aware of every pair of eyes and didn't care about any of them. His attention was on Draco, fully, completely, the entire weight of his focus bearing down on one pale-faced boy who was realizing, in real time, that he'd miscalculated. "You don't give me orders," Draco said, but his voice had lost its edge. "You're right. I don't. But I can promise you that if you continue targeting students to make a point at me, I will respond. Not with hexes. Not with shouting in hallways. I'll respond in a language your father understands." Draco's face changed. The flush drained. "What does that mean?" "It means I'll write a letter. One letter, to one person, about one particular transaction your father conducted with the Borgin and Burke estate in 1988. The one involving the cursed artifacts that were supposed to be surrendered to the Ministry after the war. The one that Amelia Bones would be very interested to learn about, if she hasn't already." Dead silence. Draco's mouth opened, then closed. His eyes were wide and for the first time since Harry had known him, genuinely afraid, not of Harry physically, but of the machinery Harry had just revealed. The knowledge. The connections. The willingness to use them. "You're bluffing," Draco whispered. "Draco." Harry's voice was almost gentle. "In the entire time you've known me, have I ever bluffed?" The question hung in the air. Draco looked at Harry, and Harry let him look, let him see, clearly and without pretense, that this was not a game. That the boy standing in front of him had been trained by Cyrus Greengrass to dismantle families like the Malfoys with a quill and a stamp, and that the only thing preventing it was Harry's preference for peace. Draco turned and walked away. Crabbe and Goyle followed, confused and lumbering. The corridor exhaled. Harry crouched and began picking up Neville's books. Neville stared at him. "You didn't have to do that," Neville said. "I know. He's going to hate you now. He already did. Now he hates me and respects me. That's more useful." Harry handed Neville his herbology textbook. "Are you all right?" "Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you." Neville paused. "Harry, why do you keep helping me? We're not in the same house. We're not friends. I mean, are we?" Harry looked at Neville Longbottom, round-faced, frequently terrified, perpetually underestimated, carrying the weight of a family legacy that crushed him daily, and felt something that was definitely not strategic and definitely not clinical. "Yes," Harry said. "We are." Neville's face broke into a smile so wide and surprised that it changed his entire appearance, made him look, for just a moment, like the person he might become if someone gave him room to grow. "Okay," Neville said. "Good. That's good." That evening, Harry sat at his desk in the dormitory and wrote a letter. Not to Cyrus, this one was to Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a woman he'd met twice at ministry functions and who had, both times, treated him like a person rather than a celebrity. The letter didn't mention Lucius Malfoy. It didn't mention cursed artifacts or Borgin and Burke. It was a polite, respectful inquiry about DMLE internship programs for Hogwarts students interested in magical law, and it contained nothing incriminating or threatening in any way. But Draco would hear about it. Lucius had informants everywhere, and the news that Harrison Greengrass was personally corresponding with Amelia Bones would reach Malfoy Manor within days. The letter itself was harmless. The message was not. I have this connection. I can activate it whenever I choose. Behave. Harry sealed the letter, attached it to Brutus's leg. Brutus had arrived with the morning post and was sleeping on Harry's bedpost, and sent it. Then he went to the room of requirement and practiced dueling for 2 hours, because power that only existed as threat was power that could be called as bluff, and Harry Greengrass did not bluff. The room gave him what he needed: faster dummies, more complex attack patterns, scenarios that pushed his reflexes to their limit. He practiced shield charms until they were instant. He practiced disarming until it was reflexive. He pushed into second-year material, then third year, then further, following the curriculum of the books the room provided with a discipline that would have made Alara Marchbanks nod in grim approval. He was drenched in sweat and breathing hard when he finally stopped, his wand arm aching, his magic buzzing under his skin like a current. The room was dark except for the practice lights, and the silence was enormous. "You're good," said a voice from the doorway. Harry spun, wand raised. In the entrance to the room of requirement stood Severus Snape, his arms crossed, his black eyes reflecting the practice lights like chips of obsidian. "This room is supposed to be hidden," Harry said, not lowering his wand. "It is hidden. From most people." Snape stepped inside. The door closed behind him. "I've known about this room since I was a student. It appears to those who need it. I needed to find you." "Why?" Snape looked at the practice dummies, the scorch marks, the evidence of hours of intensive combat training. Something moved behind his expression, that complicated thing that Harry had seen before, the layered, conflicted recognition. "Because you are training for something," Snape said. "And I want to know what." Harry lowered his wand. He looked at Snape, really looked, the way Cyrus had taught him, reading the tension in the man's shoulders, the set of his jaw, the particular quality of alertness that suggested Snape had come here not as a teacher enforcing rules but as something else. "You know what's in the third-floor corridor," Harry said. "Yes." "You know who's trying to steal it?" A long pause. "I have suspicions." Quirrell. Snape's eyes narrowed. "That is a significant accusation. It's a significant situation. He jinxed my broom during the Quidditch match. You counter-cursed it. I saw both of you." Snape was very still. "You are remarkably observant." "I was raised to be." "Professor," Harry took a breath. This was a gamble, and Harry didn't gamble often. But some situations required trust, and Snape, complicated, bitter, grieving, loyal Snape, was the closest thing Harry had to an ally on the staff. "Something is wrong with Quirrell. Not just ambition. Not just greed. Something is wearing him. And I think you know what it is." The silence in the room of requirement was total. Snape stared at Harry with an intensity that could have powered the Hogwarts Express. "You are so much like her," Snape said, very quietly. "So much like Lily. She could see through people too." He stopped. He visibly pulled himself together, the way a man pulls on armor. "I cannot discuss this with a student." "Then don't discuss it. Just tell me one thing, is Dumbledore protecting the stone, or is he using it as bait?" Snape's face was a mask. But his eyes betrayed him, just for a moment. A flash of something that looked like pain. Like a man caught between loyalties that pulled in opposite directions. "Both," Snape said. And then he turned and left the room, his robes billowing behind him, and Harry was alone with the practice dummies and the silence and the single word that confirmed everything. Both. Dumbledore was protecting the stone. And using it to draw out Voldemort. And using Harry, the boy who lived, the child he tried to forge into a weapon, as the final piece of the trap. Harry stood in the room of requirement and felt the full weight of it settle on his shoulders. 11 years old, standing in a hidden room in a castle full of secrets, with a Dark Lord on one side and a chess master on the other, and nobody, going to save him except the people he'd chosen and the skills he'd built. He raised his wand. He squared his shoulders. He started the drills again. When he finally left the room at midnight, exhausted and resolved, the corridor outside was empty and the castle slept around him like a living thing. He pulled on the invisibility cloak and moved through the darkness toward the dungeons. He passed a mirror on the 4th floor, a tall, ornate mirror in an alcove, covered with a cloth that had slipped halfway off. Something made him stop. Something pulled at him, a gentle, insistent tug, and before he understood what was happening, he'd pulled the cloth free and was looking at the mirror of Erist. He knew what it was immediately. He'd read about it, a mirror that showed the deepest desire of whoever looked into it. Dumbledore had it. Dumbledore had placed it here, in a corridor Harry would use to return from the room of requirement, and the cloth had been arranged to slip at exactly the right moment. Another manipulation. Another lure. Harry almost walked away. Almost. But his feet wouldn't move, because the mirror was showing him something and he couldn't look away. He saw himself, standing in a room filled with people. The Greengrass living room, the familiar furniture, the flowers Isadora kept on every surface, the tall windows catching the morning light. Cyrus stood behind him with one hand on his shoulder, his face open and proud. Isadora was beside him, smiling. Daphne was there, laughing at something, Astoria hanging from her arm. And beside them, two people Harry had never met but recognized instantly from photographs. A man with untidy black hair and glasses. A woman with dark red hair and startling green eyes. James and Lily Potter. Standing in the Greengrass living room. Together. All of them. Both families. One. Harry's breath caught. The warm complicated thing in his chest expanded until it filled him completely, until it was enormous and impossible and painful and beautiful, and his eyes burned with something he refused to let fall. This was his deepest desire. Not power. Not victory. Not even safety. Just this, everyone he loved, in one room, together. The family he had and the family he'd lost, merged into something whole. He stared at the mirror for a long time. A minute. 5. 10. The images smiled at him and his mother, Lily, reached out and pressed her hand against the glass, and Harry pressed his hand against the other side, and the glass was cold and solid and completely impassable. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live, said a voice behind him. Harry didn't flinch. He'd known Dumbledore was there. Some part of him had known since the cloth slipped from the mirror. This was the headmaster's next move, vulnerability, intimacy, the shared secret of a boy's deepest longing. How long have you been watching? Harry asked, without turning. Long enough. Dumbledore stepped forward until his reflection appeared in the mirror beside Harry's. The old man's expression was gentle, sorrowful, knowing. What do you see? Harry considered lying. The strategic play was obvious, tell Dumbledore he saw something innocuous, deny the old man this window into his heart, maintain the armor. But the mirror had already cracked the armor. Dumbledore had seen his face. Lying now would be transparent and weak. My families, Harry said. Both of them. Together. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. Lily would have been very proud of you, Harrison. Don't. I beg your pardon. Harry turned from the mirror. He faced Dumbledore directly, and his eyes were dry now, the burn of unshed tears converted into something harder. Don't use my mother to get to me. You've been manipulating me since I arrived, the corridor, the cloak, this mirror placed exactly where you knew I'd find it. You're building a narrative and trying to make me live inside it. I see what you're doing. I've always seen it. Dumbledore's twinkle went out. What remained was something older and more serious, the face behind the mask, the general behind the grandfather. You are a remarkable boy, Dumbledore said, and this time it didn't sound like flattery. It sounded like a warning. I'm not your boy, Harry said. I'm not your weapon. I'm not your piece. And if you want my help with whatever's coming, and we both know something is coming, then you'll have to ask me directly, honestly, like a person. Not maneuver me into it like a chess player. I deserve better than that. My mother deserved better than that. The corridor was utterly silent. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that Harry had never seen on the old man's face before, genuine, unguarded surprise. And beneath it, something that might have been shame. You're right, Dumbledore said quietly. You do deserve better. It was, Harry thought, possibly the most honest thing Dumbledore had ever said to him. He didn't trust it, honesty from a manipulator was just another tool, but he acknowledged it. Good night, Headmaster. Good night, Harrison. Harry walked away. He didn't look back at the mirror. He didn't need to. The image was burned into his memory, both families, one room, together, and he carried it with him into the dark, into the dungeons, into his bed, where he lay awake for a long time and let himself feel the full, unstrategic, uncalculated ache of missing people he'd never known. Somewhere in the castle, Dumbledore stood alone before the mirror of Eriste and looked at his own reflection and saw, but that was his business. The holidays ended. The term resumed. And Harrison Greengrass went back to work with the taste of something new in his mouth, something that had nothing to do with politics or power or strategy. It tasted like grief, and it tasted like love, and he was not entirely sure they were different things. Chapter 4, The Price of the Game. February came in mean. Wind off the lake drove horizontal rain against the castle walls, and the dungeons developed a persistent chill that no amount of warming charms could fully banish. Harry's breath misted in the dormitory at night, and even Blaise, who maintained that discomfort was a failure of personal style, started wearing 2 jumpers to breakfast. Harry barely noticed the cold. He was running on something hotter. Since Christmas, he'd been training in the room of requirement 4 nights a week. The room adapted to him with an almost frightening intelligence, adjusting the difficulty of practice dummies based on his improving reflexes, generating new obstacles when old ones became routine, providing texts on defensive magic that seemed to anticipate exactly what he needed next. He'd pushed through the second-year curriculum in 3 weeks and was deep into third-year material. His shield charm was now strong enough to stop a full-power stunner. His disarming charm could wrench a wand from a practice dummy at 30 feet. He'd mastered the impediment jinx, the reductor curse, and was making progress on the Patronus charm, though the last one resisted him in a way that was frustrating and, if he was honest, revealing. The Patronus required a happy memory. Not just pleasant, profoundly, overwhelmingly happy. Harry had many good memories. He had warm memories, comfortable memories, satisfying memories. But the charm demanded something rawer than comfort, something that bypassed the analytical machinery he'd spent 10 years building, and every time he reached for it, his mind served up something useful rather than something true. He tried the memory of catching the snitch. Satisfaction, but not joy. He tried Christmas at the Greengrass estate, the whole family together. Warmth, but filtered through the awareness that he was performing even in his own home, the perfect son, the grateful adoptee, the boy who never caused worry. The wisp of silver that emerged from his wand was thin and shapeless and dissipated in seconds. It was the first time his training had confronted him with a limitation that wasn't technical. And it bothered him more than he wanted to admit. On the last night of February, he was packing up after a session when the room did something it had never done before. A new book appeared on the shelf beside the door, small, leather-bound, untitled. Harry picked it up and opened it and found handwritten pages in 2 different hands. One was cramped, spiky, impatient. The other was flowing and precise. He recognized neither, but the content was immediately clear. It was a dueling journal, two people documenting their practice sessions, recording spells tried and mastered, arguing on paper about technique and theory. The spiky handwriting favored aggressive, direct combat. The flowing hand emphasized precision, timing, misdirection. Harry turned to the first page. At the top, in the flowing hand, someone had written, "Property of L. Evans and S. Snape. 5th year." Harry sat down on the floor of the room of requirement and held his mother's handwriting in his hands, and the world went very still. They'd been friends. Lily Evans and Severus Snape. Not just classmates, not just acquaintances, friends, close enough to share a private dueling journal, to spend hours practicing together, to argue about spell theory in the margins. Harry read through the entries with a hunger that he hadn't felt since childhood, devouring every note, every scribbled correction, every moment where Lily's handwriting grew large and excited because she'd figured something out, or where Snape's became even more cramped because he was annoyed. L. The key to the shield charm isn't power, it's timing. You keep casting too early, Sev, wait until you can feel the hex, then cast. It's counterintuitive but it works. S. I don't need to feel the hex. I need to block it. Your approach relies on instinct. Mine relies on not getting hit. L. Your approach relies on being a stubborn git. Try it my way. Once. S. Fine. But when I end up in the hospital wing, I'm telling Madame Pomfrey it was your fault. L. Deal. Harry read the whole journal. It took an hour. By the end, his eyes were burning again, the same way they'd burned in front of the mirror of Eriste, and this time he didn't fight it. The room of requirement was private. The room was safe. And his mother was alive on these pages in a way that photographs and stories had never managed, alive and funny and brilliant and stubborn and real. He closed the journal and pressed it against his chest and let out a breath that shook. Then he raised his wand and thought about Lily Evans, 15 years old, arguing with her best friend about shield charms in a margin, and the memory wasn't his but it felt like his, and it was happy in a way that had nothing to do with strategy. Expecto Patronum. Silver erupted from his wand, not a wisp, not a thread, but a torrent, a flood of light that filled the room and coalesced into a shape. It moved, it breathed, it turned its head and looked at him with eyes that shone like stars. A doe. Lily's Patronus. He knew it without being told, the way he knew his own name, the way he knew the sound of Daphne's laugh and the smell of Isadora's flowers and the particular quality of silence in Cyrus's study when something important was about to be said. The doe regarded him for a long moment. Then she stepped forward, pressed her silver muzzle against his hand, and dissolved into light. Harry stood in the room of requirement with tears on his face and his wand trembling in his hand, and he felt something inside him shift, a wall moving, a door opening, a part of himself he'd walled off behind training in strategy and control finally breaking through. He'd been so careful. So controlled. So perfectly built. And underneath it all, he was an 11-year-old boy who missed a mother he'd never known. He wiped his face. He pocketed the journal. He left the room of requirement and walked back to the dungeons in the dark, and something was different in the way he moved through the world now, not softer, not weaker, but more complete. As if a piece that had been missing had finally slotted into place. March brought two things, the return of outdoor training for Quidditch, and the letter from Cyrus that changed everything. The letter arrived on a Thursday morning, carried by the nondescript barn owl. Harry decoded it at the breakfast table, moving his spoon through his porridge with one hand while his eyes processed the cipher. Harrison, your Aunt Greta's condition has worsened. The family consultant has confirmed the original diagnosis. Your cousin Albert has been making inquiries at the hospital. He was seen visiting the restricted ward twice last week, once alone and once accompanied by a mutual friend who wears distinctive headwear. The consultant believes the situation may come to a head before summer. I have raised concerns with the board but they defer to the chairman's judgment, which I find increasingly questionable. Your mother worries. I am considering a visit. Please advise on timing. Father Harry set down his spoon. The porridge had gone cold. Decoded, the stone, Aunt Greta's condition, was in more danger than they'd thought. Cyrus had confirmed through ministry contacts that Quirrell, cousin Albert, had been accessing the third-floor corridor, twice, once alone and once with someone whose description matched the turban. Cyrus believed the theft attempt would happen before the school year ended. He'd raised the issue with the Hogwarts Board of Governors, but they deferred to Dumbledore, the chairman, whose judgment Cyrus no longer trusted. Isadora was frightened. Cyrus was considering coming to Hogwarts in person. The last part caught Harry off guard. Cyrus didn't make visits. Cyrus worked through channels, through proxies, through carefully managed correspondence. If he was considering a physical presence at Hogwarts, it meant the situation had escalated beyond what he could manage at a distance. It also meant Cyrus was scared. Harry had never known his father to be scared. The realization settled in his stomach like a cold stone and stayed there through the morning's classes, charms, where Flitwick praised his freezing charm and Harry responded on autopilot, and transfiguration, where McGonagall set them to turning beetles into buttons and Harry's beetle became a perfect mother-of-pearl button without his conscious mind engaging at all. He found Daphne between classes and pulled her into an empty corridor. "Read this." He handed her the decoded letter. She read it. Her face went pale, then controlled, the Greengrass mask dropping into place with a speed that would have made Cyrus proud. "Dad's scared," she said. "Yes. He's never scared." "I know. Harry, if Quirrell is accessing the corridor, if he's close to getting through the protections, then we're running out of time. And Dumbledore is still doing nothing, which means either he wants it to happen or he's lost control of the situation. What do we do?" Harry leaned against the stone wall. Students hurried past in the corridor beyond, their voices a distant blur of normalcy. He envied them for approximately 2 seconds before his training reasserted itself. "I write back to Cyrus and tell him not to come. Whatever's going to happen needs to happen here, and Cyrus showing up tips our hand to Dumbledore. I tell him to keep pressure on the board. If this goes wrong, I want a political trail that proves the headmaster was warned. And here? At school? We accelerate. I need to know every protection guarding the stone. Every single one. And I need a team that can get through them." Daphne nodded slowly. "You're going after the stone. I'm going after the truth. If the stone is just bait, if Dumbledore has already arranged for it to be safe regardless of what happens, then the only purpose of the protections is to funnel me into a confrontation with whatever Quirrell's carrying. And if that's the case, I want to walk in knowing everything. Every trap. Every test. Every variable. When we're ready. Not before." They looked at each other in the dim corridor, and Harry saw in Daphne's eyes the same thing he felt in his own chest, fear, controlled and compressed and converted into fuel. They were 11 years old and they were walking towards something that grown wizards would have run from, and they were doing it with their eyes open. "I love you," Daphne said. She said it simply, without drama, the way you'd state a fact of nature: the sky is blue, water is wet, I love you. "I love you too," Harry said, and meant it with a depth that surprised him. Then they straightened their robes and went to history of magic and pretended to care about goblin rebellions while their minds worked in parallel on the problem of how to survive the end of the year. Gathering intelligence on the protections took 3 weeks of careful, systematic work. Harry didn't rush it. Rushing meant mistakes, and mistakes in this situation meant death. The first piece came from Hagrid. Harry had been cultivating the groundskeeper since October, not aggressively, not with the pointed manipulation that Cyrus might have used, but with genuine visits. Hagrid was lonely. He was kind. He lived alone in a hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest with an oversized boarhound and a collection of dangerous creatures he kept acquiring despite every regulation saying he shouldn't. He made terrible tea and rock-hard biscuits and told wonderful stories about the creatures in the forest, and Harry liked him. That was the uncomfortable truth that Harry kept bumping up against. He liked Hagrid. He liked Neville. He liked Hermione. He was developing relationships that had genuine emotional foundations, and those foundations made the strategic use of those relationships more complicated, not because the strategy changed, but because the person executing it cared about the cost. On a Saturday in mid-March, Harry and Daphne visited Hagrid's hut. They brought scones from the kitchen. Daphne had befriended the house elves, which was both genuinely sweet and tactically brilliant, and they sat at Hagrid's enormous table and drank tea that could have stripped paint while Fong drooled on Harry's shoes. "Hagrid," Harry said, after 20 minutes of pleasant conversation about Fong's dietary habits, "I've been meaning to ask, what was in Vault 713 at Gringotts? The one that was broken into over the summer?" Hagrid choked on his tea. It was spectacular. Liquid sprayed across the table, the massive man spluttered and coughed, and his eyes went wide with the particular panic of someone who had just been asked a question they desperately didn't want to answer. "Yeah, who told ya about, that's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel, that is." Silence. Hagrid clapped both hands over his mouth. Harry didn't react. He picked up his teacup and took a sip and let the name settle into the air like a confirmation stamp. Daphne, beside him, was carefully spreading jam on a scone with the focus of a brain surgeon. "I shouldn't have said that," Hagrid whispered through his fingers. "Said what?" Harry asked innocently. "I shouldn't, didn't hear that name, Hagrid." Harry set down his cup. "I already know about Nicholas Flamel. I know about the Philosopher's Stone. I know it's hidden in the school behind protections that several professors contributed to. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm trying to protect the stone, because someone in this castle is trying to steal it." Hagrid stared at him. The panic slowly transformed into something else, confusion, concern, and underneath both, a touching, almost heartbreaking trust. "You're just a kid," Hagrid said. "Yeah, shouldn't have to worry about, I agree. I shouldn't. But I do. And I need to know what's guarding the stone so I can help protect it. Will you trust me?" It was, Harry knew, a slightly unfair question. Hagrid trusted everyone. It was his greatest weakness and his most endearing quality. The man had a heart the size of his body and a capacity for suspicion roughly the size of a teaspoon. "Dumbledore trusts me with the first line of defense," Hagrid said slowly. "Fluffy. My three-headed dog. She guards the trapdoor. Nobody gets past Fluffy. Unless they know how," Daphne said. "Well, yeah, but nobody knows how except me and," Hagrid stopped again. His face crumpled. "I shouldn't be tellin' ya this. How do you get past Fluffy, Hagrid?" "Music," Hagrid said miserably. "Yeah, play her music and she falls right asleep. But don't, go near that corridor, Harry. Don't, dare. Dumbledore's got it handled." "I'm sure he does," Harry said. "Thank you, Hagrid. The scones are excellent." They left with the first piece of the puzzle and a deepening sense of unease. Not about the protections, about Hagrid. The man was an open book. If Harry had gotten the information this easily, Quirrell could too. Quirrell, or whoever was riding behind Quirrell's face. The remaining protections came together over the following weeks, assembled from different sources like pieces of a machine. Hermione tackled the problem with research ferocity, pulling records of each professor's specialty and cross-referencing with known defensive enchantments. If each professor contributed a protection based on their expertise, she reasoned, then Sprouts would be botanical, Flitwick's would be charm-based, McGonagall's would be transfiguration, Snape's would be potions, and Quirrell's would be defense-related. Dumbledore's would be last and most complex. Blaise contributed intelligence from the older students. Gemma Farley, the prefect, had mentioned overhearing Sprout ordering a large quantity of Devil's Snare from a specialized greenhouse in November, far more than any class would require. A seventh-year Ravenclaw in the Charms Club had seen Flitwick practicing a spell that animated objects into guardian forms, birds, he thought. Enchanted flying keys. Theo, quiet and methodical, spent a week in the library's restricted section. Harry had persuaded Professor Sinistra to sign a permission slip by expressing passionate interest in stellar cartography and its applications to advanced magic, researching protective enchantments. He emerged with a comprehensive analysis of standard Guardian puzzle configurations and a theory that the final protections would involve a logic puzzle, because Dumbledore was known to believe that most wizards lacked logical thinking. "He's not wrong," Theo said dryly. "Have you met most wizards?" Tracy's contribution was indirect but vital. She'd been watching Quirrell. Not obviously, Tracy had a talent for invisibility that had nothing to do with cloaks and everything to do with being a half-blood in Slytherin, a girl who'd learned early that the best way to survive was to not be noticed. She'd tracked Quirrell's movements for 2 weeks and compiled a schedule. "He goes to the third-floor corridor every few days," she reported, laying a chart on the table during one of their planning sessions in the room of requirement. "Always late at night, always alone. He stays for about an hour and then leaves. But last Tuesday, he stayed for 3 hours, and when he came back, he was limping." "He's testing the protections," Daphne said. "He's learning them," Harry corrected. "Working through them one at a time. The limping means he hit something that fought back, probably Sprout's Devil's Snare or Flitwick's Keys. He's getting further each time." "How much time do we have?" Blaise asked. Harry looked at Tracy's chart. "At his current rate, weeks. Maybe less. He hasn't cracked Snape's protection yet, and Snape's the one standing between him and Dumbledore's final defense. But once he does." The room was quiet. 6 students, 4 Slytherins, 1 Gryffindor, and whatever Theo was when he wasn't being a Slytherin, sat around a table covered in charts and notes and research, and the weight of what they were planning pressed down on all of them. "I need to say something," Hermione said. Her voice was steady but her hands were clasped tightly in her lap. "I know I'm the one who doesn't belong here, you belong here," Harry said. "I'm a Gryffindor. I'm Muggleborn. I've known about magic for less than a year. And you're all sitting here planning to go up against," she swallowed. "Against you know who. Because that's what this is, isn't it? It's not just Quirrell. It's him." Nobody spoke. Nobody corrected her. "I need to say it because nobody else is saying it," Hermione continued. "We're 11. This is insane. An actual adult should be handling this, Dumbledore, the Ministry, anyone. We should not be the ones doing this." "You're right," Harry said. "We shouldn't. But Dumbledore is either using the situation or has lost control of it. The Ministry doesn't know. Snape is compromised by his position. And by the time any responsible adult decides to act, Quirrell may have already gotten through. So we do nothing. No. We prepare. And when the moment comes, we act. But not blindly. Not recklessly. We go in knowing every protection, every danger, every exit. We go in as a team, with a plan, and we come back out as a team." "All of us?" Tracy asked. Harry looked around the table. Daphne, fierce and steady. Blaise, sharp and loyal in ways he'd never admit. Theo, quiet and brilliant. Tracy, brave and overlooked. Hermione, who was terrified and present anyway, which was the actual definition of courage. "Not all of you," Harry said. "This isn't a field trip. I need people on the outside too. Blaise, if we go in and don't come back within 2 hours, you go to Snape. Not Dumbledore. Snape. Tell him everything. Tracy, you're our eyes, I need you watching Quirrell's movements right up until we go." "Theo, I'm going with you," Theo said. "Theo, I've been reading about the protections for 3 weeks. I know them better than anyone at this table. And you need someone who can think clearly under pressure and who doesn't have a personal stake in the outcome." "You don't have a personal stake." Theo looked at him with those quiet, steady eyes. You were the first person who was decent to me since I got here. I'd say that counts, but it's a different kind of stake. I won't panic and I won't freeze. Take me. Harry held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. You, me, Daphne, Hermione. 4 through the corridor. Blaise and Tracy on the outside. Blaise leaned back in his chair. I get to be the responsible one who goes for help. That's deeply out of character. Consider it growth. I consider it an insult. But fine. They spent the rest of the evening planning, mapping routes, assigning roles, running scenarios. Hermione produced a checklist so detailed it could have been a military operation order. Daphne practiced combat spells with Harry in the room's training space until they could cast in tandem without communicating, anticipating each other's movements the way they'd been anticipating each other their whole lives. At midnight, they dispersed. Harry walked back to the dormitory with Theo and Blaise, the three of them moving through the dark castle in comfortable silence. Harry, Theo said, just before they reached the common room entrance. Yeah. When this is over, assuming we survive, I'd like to visit your house this summer. If that's all right. Harry looked at him. Theo's expression was carefully neutral, the way it always was, but underneath it Harry could read the real question, can I belong somewhere? Is there room for me? You're always welcome, Harry said, and watched something in Theo's face relax. They went to bed. Harry lay in the green dark dormitory and listened to the lake and ran through the plan in his head, checking variables, stress-testing assumptions, looking for weakness. The plan was good. The team was good. The preparation was thorough. But none of that changed the fact that at the end of the corridor, behind the last door, something that had once been the most dangerous Dark Lord in a century was waiting. And Harry was 11. He gripped his wand under the covers and thought about his mother's handwriting in the dueling journal. The key to the shield charm isn't power, it's timing. Wait until you can feel the hex. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep for a long time. April brought spring to the grounds but not to the castle, which maintained its ancient stone chill with the stubbornness of a building that had been cold for 1,000 years and saw no reason to change. The trees by the lake budded green. The giant squid surfaced more frequently, and Hagrid was spotted carrying something suspicious into his hut that Harry very deliberately did not investigate because he had enough problems without adding illegal dragon breeding to the list. The confrontation with Dumbledore came on a Wednesday, in the corridor outside the Great Hall, and it happened because Harry forced it. He'd been thinking about Snape's word, both, for months. Dumbledore was protecting the stone and using it as bait. That meant Dumbledore had a plan. And Harry was tired of being a variable in someone else's equation. He waited until Dumbledore was leaving lunch, walking through the entrance hall with McGonagall at his side discussing something about nude examinations. Harry intercepted them with the polite determination of a man cutting into a dance. Headmaster. A moment. Dumbledore looked at him over his half-moon spectacles. The twinkle was there, but muted. Since their encounter at the Mirror of Erist, Dumbledore had maintained a careful distance, watching Harry from afar rather than engineering private moments. Of course, Harrison. McGonagall's eyes flicked between them with sharp attention. If you'll excuse me, Albus. She left. Harry and Dumbledore stood in the entrance hall, surrounded by students flowing past them like a river around two rocks. Walk with me. Dumbledore suggested. They walked. Through the entrance hall, out the main doors, into the April sunshine. The grounds were busy with students enjoying the warmth, but Dumbledore steered them toward the lake, where the path was emptier. You have something on your mind, Dumbledore said. Professor Quirrell is going to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone before the end of term. Dumbledore's stride didn't falter. His expression didn't change. But something in the quality of his silence shifted, a density, a weight, as if the air around him had compressed. That is a significant claim, he said. It's a significant situation. He's been testing the protections for months. He's accessed the third-floor corridor multiple times. He has intelligence on most of the Guardian challenges. I suspect Hagrid told him how to get past Fluffy, because Hagrid would tell anyone anything if they asked the right way. And whatever is riding behind that turban has been here since September. They walked in silence for 30 seconds. The lake glittered. A group of fourth years splashed at the shore, their laughter carrying across the water. You've been very thorough, Dumbledore said finally. I was raised to be. Indeed. Another silence. Then, what would you have me do, Harrison? Remove the stone. Send it back to Flammel. Eliminate the target and you eliminate the threat. And if I told you the stone is safer here than anywhere else? I'd ask why you believe that, and I'd ask what you're willing to sacrifice to prove it. Dumbledore stopped walking. He turned to face Harry fully, and for the first time since they'd met, the grandfather mask was entirely gone. What remained was Albus Dumbledore, the man who'd defeated Grindelwald, who'd held the wizarding world together through 2 wars, who carried burdens so heavy they'd crushed lesser men. His eyes were piercing and ancient and impossibly sad. There are things in motion that you don't understand, Dumbledore said. Things that began the night your parents died. Things that, then explain them to me. I cannot. Not yet. Not all of them. Because I'm 11. Because some knowledge is a burden, and I would spare you what burdens I can. Like you spared me the Dursleys. The words hit harder than Harry had intended. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched, a visible reaction that cracked the composure of the most controlled man Harry had ever met. That, Dumbledore said quietly, was an error. One I have spent 10 years regretting. Then prove it. Prove you've learned from it. Don't manipulate me into the corridor, headmaster. Don't engineer a confrontation and call it destiny. If you need me, if there's something about me that's necessary for stopping whatever Quirrell is carrying, tell me what it is and let me choose. And if the choice itself must be unforced. If the very nature of what protects you requires genuine, willing sacrifice rather than calculated strategy. Harry stared at him. What does that mean? Dumbledore held his gaze. The sadness in his eyes was enormous, not performative, not manipulative, but real and deep and old. It was the sadness of a man who had been making terrible choices for so long that the weight of them had become part of his skeleton. Your mother died protecting you, Dumbledore said. She chose to die. That choice, that willing sacrifice, born from love, created a protection that lives in your blood. It is the reason Voldemort could not kill you. It is the reason his curse rebounded. And it is the reason that, if he touches you, he will burn. The world tilted slightly. Harry stood by the lake in the April sunshine and felt the ground shift beneath him, not literally, but something fundamental in his understanding of himself, his history, his place in this story. My mother's love is a weapon, he said. Your mother's love is a shield. The most powerful shield in existence. But it only functions because it was freely given. If I had told you about it, if you had walked into a confrontation knowing it would protect you, the calculus changes. The willingness changes. It becomes strategy rather than sacrifice. So you needed me to not know. You needed me to be afraid, to be vulnerable, to face Voldemort without armor so that the armor I didn't know I had would activate. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. Yes, Harrison. That was the plan. The original plan, the boy raised in darkness, desperate and brave, rushing to save the day without knowing he was protected. A storybook hero who would defeat evil through love he didn't understand. And instead you got me. And instead I got you. The ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. A boy who sees the strings. A boy who refuses to be a puppet. A boy who is, if I am being completely honest, far more like Tom Riddle than I am comfortable with. Don't compare me to him. In method, not in nature. In nature, you are entirely your mother's son. And that is precisely why the protection holds. Because despite every ounce of political training, every strategic instinct, every cold calculation your father has instilled in you, when you heard Hermione Granger screaming, you ran toward it. When Neville Longbottom was being bullied, you intervened. When a girl you'd never met was trapped with a troll, you didn't think about advantage. You thought about her. Harry's throat was tight. He didn't trust himself to speak. The protection holds because you love, Harrison. Fiercely, authentically, despite every effort to bury it beneath strategy. Your mother's shield lives in you because you are, at your core, someone who would die for the people you love. Just as she did. The lake glittered. The students laughed. The sun was warm on Harry's face and the cold thing in his chest, the analytical, calculating, always working engine that Cyrus had built, was quiet for once. Still. Listening. Will you remove the stone? Harry asked. I have already arranged to return it to Nicholas. We agreed, the stone will be destroyed. Flamel and his wife have enough elixir to set their affairs in order. They've chosen to die, Harrison. On their own terms, in their own time. Then the corridor will remain. The protections will remain. Because Quirrell must believe the stone is still here. He must attempt the theft. And when he does, you'll be waiting. I will be waiting. Dumbledore paused. Or I will be drawn away. There are scenarios in which I am not here when the moment comes. In which the choice falls to someone else. To me. Perhaps. Despite my best efforts, perhaps. Dumbledore looked at him with those ancient, sad, complicated eyes. If that happens, if you face him, know that his touch will burn him. Know that your blood is poison to him. And know that I have done everything in my power to ensure it doesn't come to that. But you can't guarantee it. I cannot guarantee anything, Harrison. I am old and I have been wrong before, and the world is not a chessboard, no matter how much men like your father and I pretend it is. They stood by the lake in silence. The moment stretched, and in it, something changed between them, not trust, exactly, but the beginning of understanding. The recognition that they were both, in their different ways, trying to protect the same things. I'm angry at you, Harry said. You have every right to be. You used me. You tried to use me. The cloak, the mirror, the corridor announcement, yes. If I'd been the boy you planned for, the Dursley boy, the neglected orphan, I'd have stumbled into that corridor alone and terrified and survived by accident. And you'd have called it destiny. Yes, Dumbledore said again. And I would have been wrong. I am grateful, more grateful than you know, that Cyrus Greengrass pulled you from that kitchen floor. You were meant to be a weapon, Harrison. He made you a person instead. Harry looked at the old man. The greatest wizard alive. The architect of 2 wars' worth of resistance. Standing in the spring sunshine with his ludicrous robes and his half-moon glasses and the weight of 100 terrible decisions pressing down on shoulders that were, Harry noticed for the first time, not as broad as they used to be. If I end up in that corridor, Harry said, I'm not going alone. I wouldn't expect you to. You are, after all, a Slytherin. The twinkle was back, faint and fragile, and Harry felt the corner of his mouth twitch despite everything. Thank you for being honest, Harry said. Finally. Thank you for demanding it. They walked back to the castle in silence. At the entrance hall, Dumbledore paused. Harrison, one more thing. If Severus offers his help, take it. He is more loyal than you know, and his loyalty is not to me. Who's it to? But Dumbledore just smiled, the old, enigmatic, infuriating smile, and disappeared into the castle, leaving Harry standing in the entrance hall with too many answers and not nearly enough. Harry told Daphne everything. Then they told the team. They gathered in the room of requirement that evening, all 6 of them, arranged around the table with the charts and notes and plans spread between them, and Harry laid it out. All of it. The blood protection. Dumbledore's confession. The stone being destroyed. The trap that remained. When he finished, the room was very quiet. "So the stone's already gone," Blaise said slowly. "The whole thing is a setup. The trap is for Quirrell. But Dumbledore admitted he might not be here when it happens. If he's drawn away, then we're the trap," Theo finished. "I'm the trap. You're the support." "Charming." Hermione was gripping the edge of the table, her knuckles white. "The blood protection, your mother's sacrifice, that only works if Voldemort touches you. Physically." "Yes. So the plan, Dumbledore's real plan, underneath all the manipulation, was always to let Voldemort get close enough to touch you." "Yes. That's horrifying." "Yes. And we're still going through with it." Harry looked at her. "We're preparing for the possibility that Dumbledore's plan fails and Quirrell reaches the end of the corridor. If that happens, I'd rather be the one standing there than nobody. And if Dumbledore's plan works? If he catches Quirrell himself? Then we've wasted some time and learned a lot about defensive magic. Not the worst outcome." Hermione managed a shaky smile. "You're insufferably calm about this." "I'm terrified, actually. I'm just better at hiding it." It was the most honest thing he'd said to anyone outside of Daphne, and the room felt it. Blaise looked at him differently. Tracy's eyes softened. Theo nodded, once, with the understanding of someone who knew exactly what it cost to say that. "Right," Daphne said, standing. "We practice. Every night until it happens. Harry, you and I run combat drills. Hermione, logic puzzles, you're our brain for Dumbledore's final protection, whatever it is. Theo, you're on botany, Devil's Snare is your department." Questions? Nobody had questions. They had fear and determination in each other, and in that moment, Harry looked at the 5 people sitting around a table in a hidden room in a magical castle and felt a surge of something that the Patronus charm would have recognized instantly. He didn't name it. He didn't need to. It was the same thing that had saved his life when he was 1 year old, the same thing that the mirror of Eriste showed him, the same thing his mother had written between the lines of a dueling journal. They trained until midnight. Then 2 in the morning. Then 3. The room gave them what they needed: space, equipment, scenarios. Harry dueled Daphne until they could read each other's movements like text. Hermione solved logic puzzles of increasing complexity until her completion time was under 90 seconds. Theo wrestled Devil's Snare simulations until the plant held no fear for him. Every night, they got better. Every night, the clock ticked closer. And somewhere in the castle, behind a turban that smelled of garlic and dark magic, something ancient and terrible and patient was working through protections one by one, getting closer, getting closer, getting closer to a prize that no longer existed and a boy whose blood was both his greatest vulnerability and his greatest weapon. The game was almost over. The pieces were in position. And Harrison Greengrass, the boy who had been raised to play chess with the best of them, was beginning to understand that the most important moves in life had nothing to do with strategy at all. Chapter 5, Checkmate. The end came on a Tuesday in June, and it came, as Harry had feared, when Dumbledore was gone. The signs assembled themselves throughout the day like clouds before a storm. At breakfast, Dumbledore's chair was empty, not unusual on its own. The headmaster occasionally missed meals, but Snape was watching the empty chair with attention that radiated off him like heat from a forge. At the staff table, Quirrell was eating calmly, steadily, without the usual nervous fidgeting, and his stutter had disappeared entirely in the one exchange Harry overhead with Professor Vector. That absence was the loudest alarm. Quirrell stuttered when he was performing. When he stopped performing, it meant the performance was no longer necessary. Harry caught Snape's eye across the Great Hall. The potions master held his gaze for 3 seconds, longer than usual, loaded with something urgent, then looked deliberately at Quirrell, then back at Harry, then gave the smallest shake of his head. Not yet. But soon. At lunch, the news rippled through the school in whispers: Dumbledore had been called away to the ministry. Urgent business. An emergency session of the Wisengamot. He'd left that morning by Flo from McGonagall's office and wasn't expected back until tomorrow. Harry set down his fork. Beside him, Daphne had gone very still. "It's tonight," she said. "Yes. The Ministry call, manufactured. Quirrell needed Dumbledore out of the castle. Someone sent a fake summons. The Ministry won't know it's fake until Dumbledore arrives and there's no emergency session, and by then it's too late." Daphne pushed her plate away. "We need to tell the others. After lunch." Quietly. Room of requirement, 4 o'clock. They ate the rest of their meal in silence. The food tasted like nothing. Around them, the great hall buzzed with the ordinary noise of a school day, laughter, complaints about exams, a Hufflepuff girl singing off-key, and Harry sat in the middle of it and felt the distance between normalcy and what was coming like a physical gap, a chasm he was about to step across. He spent the afternoon in class, double potions, which was grotesque in its irony, and watched Snape teach with a rigidity that suggested the man was holding himself together through sheer force of will. Snape's eyes kept moving to Harry, quick sharp glances that carried too much information to decode in the moment. After class, as students filed out, Snape said nothing. Didn't ask Harry to stay. Didn't offer cryptic warnings. He simply stood behind his desk and looked at Harry with an expression that was, stripped of every layer of bitterness and hostility, terrified. Harry nodded at him. A small nod. An acknowledgement. "I know. I'm ready." Snape's jaw tightened, and he turned away. At 4 o'clock, Harry stood in the room of requirement with his team. The room had configured itself into something spare and functional, a round table, 6 chairs, a clear space around it. No training equipment. No bookshelves. The room understood that the time for preparation was over. "Dumbledore's gone," Harry said. "Quirrell will move tonight." The silence that followed was the particular silence of people who had known this moment was coming and were still not ready for it. "Snape," Blaise said. "Dumbledore told you to trust Snape. Let Snape handle it. Snape is one man against whatever Quirrell has become. If Snape fails, then we're the backup plan for the backup plan." "Wonderful. Blaise, I'm not arguing. I'm expressing displeasure at the situation. There's a difference." Blaise leaned back in his chair and rubbed his face with both hands. When he lowered them, his expression had shifted, the habitual detachment replaced by something focused and serious. "What do you need from me?" "Same as we planned. You and Tracy stay outside. If we're not back in 2 hours, you go to Snape. If Snape is already engaged, you go to McGonagall. You tell her everything, the stone, Quirrell, Voldemort. You hold nothing back." Tracy nodded. Her face was pale but her voice was steady. "I've been watching Quirrell's patterns. He leaves his quarters between midnight and 1. Takes the same route, 3rd floor corridor, east approach. If he moves tonight, I'll see it." "Good." Hermione was sitting very straight, her hands flat on the table. She looked like someone who had made a decision and was going to carry it through regardless of what her body thought about it. Logic puzzle at the end. "That's my job. I've been practicing. Whatever it is, I'll solve it. Theo, devil's snare, flying keys, anything botanical or mechanical. I've got it." Theo paused. "Harry, what happens at the end? When you reach whatever's past Dumbledore's protection?" "I face Quirrell. Alone. It has to be me. The blood protection, I know what the blood protection does. I'm asking what happens if Quirrell has a wand and you have a blood-based shield that only works on physical contact. That's a gap. A wand fight at range negates your advantage entirely." Harry had thought about this. He'd thought about it every night for weeks, turning the problem over like a stone in his hand, examining it from every angle. Theo was right. The blood protection was a last resort, not a strategy. If it came to a duel, an actual, one-to-one fight with whatever remained of Voldemort, Harry's advantages were speed, preparation, and the fact that Quirrell didn't know what Harry knew. "I don't plan to let it become a fair fight," Harry said. "I plan to end it fast." Theo looked at him for a long moment, reading something in Harry's face, and then nodded. It was the nod of someone who trusted not just the plan but the person. "Tonight, then," Daphne said. She stood. "Everyone rest. Eat dinner. Act normal. We meet at midnight in the common room. Harry, Theo, and I, Hermione, will pick you up outside the Gryffindor portrait hole at 12:15. Cloaks big enough for all four of us if we're careful." "It's going to be a tight fit," Hermione said. "We're all short. It'll be fine." The meeting broke. People drifted toward the door in ones and twos, and Harry watched them go, Tracy with her quiet courage, Blaise with his carefully hidden loyalty, Hermione with her terrified determination, and felt the weight of what he'd built. Not a network. Not a political machine. A family, assembled from broken pieces and held together by something stronger than strategy. Theo was the last to leave. He stopped at the door and turned back. "Harry." "Yeah. If something goes wrong tonight, if it goes badly, I want you to know that this year has been the best year of my life. By a significant margin." Harry's chest did the complicated thing. "Nothing's going to go wrong. Statistically improbable, but I appreciate the sentiment." Theo almost smiled. "See you at midnight." He left. Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, and the room, responding to something it sensed in him, shifted. The table and chairs disappeared. The space opened up. And in the center of the empty room, a mirror appeared, not the mirror of Ariste, but a simple mirror, tall and plain, that showed Harry exactly as he was. 11 years old. Thin, dark-haired, green-eyed. A lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Wearing Slytherin robes. Holding a wand made of holly and phoenix feather. He looked at himself and tried to see what others saw, the boy who lived, the political prodigy, the Greengrass heir, the cold young Slytherin who played the game better than people twice his age. He saw all of those things. But underneath them, looking back at him from the mirror, was just a boy. Just Harry. Scared and brave and loved and angry and ready. He left the mirror. He left the room. He went to dinner. The hours between dinner and midnight were the longest of Harry's life. He sat in the common room and pretended to read. Daphne sat across from him and pretended to write an essay. They communicated in glances and small gestures. "Are you ready? Yes. Are you scared? Yes. Are we doing this? Yes." And around them the common room went about its evening business with an obliviousness that felt almost cruel. Draco was holding court in his corner, telling Pansy about something his father had sent him, his voice a drone of privilege that Harry usually filtered out. Tonight, though, Harry listened. Draco was talking about summer plans, a trip to France, a new broom, a gala at the manor. Normal things. Future things. The plans of someone who assumed tomorrow would come and be ordinary. Harry wanted that. For one sharp, honest moment, he wanted nothing more than to be a boy planning his summer, worrying about exams, thinking about Quidditch. Not a boy planning to walk into a confrontation with Voldemort. Then the moment passed, and he was Harrison Greengrass again, and there was work to do. At 10, the common room began emptying. By 11, only Harry and Daphne remained, both still pretending to work, both listening to the sound of the dungeon settling into sleep. At 11:30, Theo emerged from the dormitory corridor. He was dressed in dark clothes, black trousers, black jumper, his wand in a forearm holster that Harry had given him for Christmas. His face was composed and colorless. "Blaise is awake," Theo said quietly. "He wanted me to tell you, and this is a direct quote, if you die, I'll never forgive you, and I'll make sure the eulogy is embarrassing." "That's touching." He also said to remind you that you owe him 6 galleons from the Ravenclaw match bet and he expects to collect. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag and unfolded it. The fabric shimmered in the green lake light, liquid and strange. "Ready?" he asked. Daphne stood. Theo stood. "No," Daphne said honestly. "Let's go." They moved through the Slytherin common room in silence, past the dying fire, past the tall windows with their shifting green light, past the carved stone serpents that guarded the entrance. The corridor beyond was dark and empty, and they pulled the cloak over themselves and became invisible. 3 sets of footsteps on stone. Quiet, careful, synchronized from weeks of practice. They climbed out of the dungeons, through the entrance hall, up the main staircase. The castle was asleep. The portraits snored. The suits of armor stood sentinel in their alcoves, moonlight catching on their empty visors. They reached the Gryffindor portrait hole at 12:15 exactly. The fat lady was dozing, her painted face slack. Hermione was already outside, pressed against the wall in the shadows, wearing dark clothes and an expression of rigid determination. "She nearly woke up when I climbed out," Hermione whispered, jerking her thumb at the portrait. "I told her I was sleepwalking." "Did she believe you?" "Not remotely. We have about 10 minutes before she tells someone." They pulled Hermione under the cloak. It was, as predicted, a tight fit, for 11-year-olds pressed together under enchanted fabric, shuffling down corridors like a many-legged invisible creature. Daphne's elbow was in Harry's ribs. Theo's foot kept catching on Hermione's heel. "This is absurd," Hermione breathed. "Dignity is overrated," Harry breathed back. 3rd floor corridor. "Move." They moved. Through corridors mapped and memorized, up staircases that Harry knew by heart, past Filch's office where the faint glow of a lantern suggested the caretaker was awake and prowling somewhere in the castle. They dodged Mrs. Norris by the skin of their teeth, the cat appeared around a corner, lamp eyes gleaming, and they pressed themselves against the wall and held their breath until she passed. The 3rd floor corridor was dark and quiet. At its end, a door that Harry had never opened but had studied extensively. He could hear, faintly, the sound of something massive breathing on the other side. Deep, rhythmic, triple-timed. 3 heads. 3 sets of lungs. Harry pulled off the cloak and folded it into his bag. No more hiding. "The door's already unlocked," Theo said, his wand out, testing the handle. "Quirrell's been through." Harry drew his wand. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather. It was warm in his hand, almost alive, thrumming with a readiness that matched his own. He looked at his team. Daphne, pale and fierce, her wand drawn, her jaw set. Theo, calm and watchful, already cataloguing the environment. Hermione, visibly terrified, visibly present, visibly refusing to be anywhere else. "If anyone wants to turn back," Harry began. "Shut up," Daphne said. "Fair enough." He pushed the door open. Fluffy filled the room. 3 heads, each the size of a small car, attached to a body that could have been mistaken for a furry hill. The dog was awake, all 6 eyes tracking them, 3 mouths opening to reveal teeth like industrial equipment, but it wasn't attacking. A harp in the corner was playing itself, its strings plucking a slow, hypnotic melody. Quirrell's work. The music was keeping the beast drowsy, but Fluffy's eyes were clearing, the enchantment wearing off as the harp wound down. "It's fading," Theo said. "The charm on the harp. 2 minutes, maybe less." Harry pulled a small wooden flute from his pocket, a contingency he'd prepared weeks ago. "Hermione, can you keep this going?" Hermione took the flute and began playing. The sound was thin and reedy, not beautiful, but it didn't need to be. Fluffy's eyes glazed over immediately. The massive heads drooped. One by one, all 3 sets of eyes closed. "The trapdoor," Daphne said, already moving. She found the iron ring in the floor beneath Fluffy's paw and heaved it open. Below was darkness, pure, absolute, the kind of dark that suggested depth. Devil's snare, Theo said, peering down. I can see tendrils. He looked at Harry. I've got this. Jump. They jumped. One by one, into the dark, Harry first, then Daphne, then Theo, then Hermione, who dropped the flute as she fell, and above them they heard the harp's last note fade and a rumbling growl that meant they had seconds at most. The devil's snare caught them like a living net. Thick, ropey tendrils wrapped around arms and legs and torsos, tightening with a constricting pressure that was relentless and patient. The plant didn't need to be fast. It just needed to hold. Harry felt the vines cinch around his chest and immediately went still. Don't struggle. It feeds on movement. I know, Theo said, from somewhere to his left. His voice was strained but controlled. Everyone relax. I've got this. Relax. Hermione's voice came from above. She'd landed higher in the plant, and the tendrils were pulling her down. It's strangling me and you want me to relax? Devil's snare hates light and heat, Theo said. He raised his wand, the vines around his arm tried to tighten, but he was faster. Lumos solum. Brilliant white light exploded from his wand, concentrated and hot, like a miniature sun. The devil's snare recoiled as if burned, tendrils whipping back, the whole plant contracting away from the light, and they fell through, tumbling into a damp stone passage below. Theo landed on his feet. Harry managed a roll. Daphne caught herself on the wall. Hermione landed on Harry. Sorry, you're fine. Everyone up. They were in a passageway carved from rough stone, sloping gently downward. Water dripped from the ceiling. The air smelled like earth and old magic. One down, Daphne said. What's next? The sound answered her, a distant rustling, like wind through leaves, except they were underground and there was no wind. They followed the passage downward, wands lit, and the rustling grew louder, became a glittering, swooping, clicking sound that resolved, as they entered a tall vaulted chamber, into 100 flying keys. They swarmed near the ceiling like a flock of jeweled birds, bright, metallic, each one fitted with small delicate wings that beat so fast they blurred. In the center of the chamber, a battered broomstick hovered at eye level. Across the room, a heavy wooden door with an old iron lock. Flitwick's contribution, Hermione said, staring upward. We need to catch the right key. The one that matches the lock, Harry said. He examined the door, old iron, large keyhole, ornate. Big, old-fashioned, probably silver to match the handle. And, he squinted at the swarm. There. The one with the bent wing. It's been caught before. Quirrell got through but he damaged it. The key was circling near the ceiling, one wing crumpled, flying in a lopsided pattern. Harry grabbed the broomstick and mounted it, and the feel of flying, even here, underground, in a trap, sent a spike of clarity through him that cut the fear and left only focus. He launched. The keys scattered, alarmed, and the chamber became a chaos of metallic wings and swooping bodies. Harry ignored the swarm. He tracked the bent-winged key with a seeker's single-mindedness, dodging and weaving through the cloud of decoys, and when the key tried to dive away from him, he rolled, reached, and caught it in his fist. Its wings beat frantically against his palm. He descended, dismounted, and handed the key to Daphne. She unlocked the door. They passed through. The next chamber was a chessboard. Massive. The pieces were twice their height, black and white, carved from stone that looked like it could take a hit and give one back harder. The board stretched across the entire room, blocking the door on the far side. This was McGonagall's protection, a wizard's chess set, life-sized, and they would have to play to cross. We have to take the place of pieces, Hermione said, examining the board. Win the game, cross the board. Harry stared at the chess set. He was a decent player, Cyrus had taught him, because chess developed strategic thinking, but this was timed, and the stakes for a wrong move were getting crushed by a stone knight. Theo, he said. How's your chess? Theo stepped up beside him and studied the board with the silent, concentrated attention that Harry had come to rely on. His eyes moved across the pieces, calculating positions, mapping possibilities. I can win this, Theo said. But it's going to require sacrifice. The board is set up to demand it, there's no clean path. At least one piece has to be taken. A piece. Meaning one of us. I'll be the piece. Theo's voice was flat and final. I take the knight's position. 3 moves in, the queen takes me. That opens the diagonal for Harry to checkmate. Theo, the stone pieces won't kill me. They're enchanted to incapacitate, not destroy. McGonagall designed this, and McGonagall doesn't build lethal traps for children. I'll get hit. I'll go down. And you 3 will walk across. We're not leaving you, you are. Because I can't help with what comes next, I don't have blood protection, I don't solve logic puzzles at speed, and I'm not the one Voldemort's afraid of. My job ends here, and it ends with me being useful. Let me be useful, Harry. The chess chamber was very quiet. The stone pieces stood in their ranks, patient and implacable, waiting for the game to begin. Daphne put her hand on Theo's arm. You're sure about the incapacitation? 90%. That's not 100. Nothing tonight is 100. We're past hundreds. Harry looked at Theodore Nott, the quiet boy from an empty house, the boy whose father called him insufficient, the boy who had found something worth risking himself for in a study group and a friendship and a room that appeared when you needed it, and felt a surge of emotion so strong it almost buckled his composure. After this is over, Harry said, you're spending the summer with us. That's not an invitation. It's a fact. Theo's mouth twitched. Bossy. Family trait. Theo stepped onto the board and took the knight's position. Harry took a bishop square. Daphne and Hermione stood on the sideline, watching as Theo directed the game with quiet, precise commands. The chess match was brutal and elegant. Theo played with a cold clarity that belied his age, sacrificing pawns strategically, maneuvering the white pieces into a position from which escape was impossible. The stone pieces moved with grinding, thunderous weight, and when they struck, the sound was massive. A white rook shattered a black pawn into rubble. A black bishop swept across the board and demolished a white knight in an explosion of stone dust. On the 7th move, Theo stepped forward. His knight square, into the path of the white queen. Theo, Hermione whispered. Checkmate in 2 after this, Theo said. He looked at Harry. Your move. After. The white queen turned. She crossed the board with a terrible grinding inevitability, raised her stone arm, and struck. Theo went down. The sound was awful, stone on flesh, a cry cut short, and he crumpled on the marble square and didn't move. Hermione made a choking sound. Daphne's hands were fists at her sides, her knuckles white. Harry looked at the board. The path was open. The queen was out of position. 2 moves. He made them. Checkmate. The white king dropped his crown. The remaining pieces dragged themselves to the edges of the board, clearing the path to the far door. Harry crossed the board at a run and dropped to his knees beside Theo. Breathing. Shallow but steady. A bruise was already blooming across his temple and his arm was bent at an angle that wasn't right, but he was breathing, he was alive. Hermione, I know basic healing charms. Hermione was already there, her wand moving in careful patterns. He's concussed. Maybe a broken arm. I can stabilize him but he needs Madame Pomfrey. Do what you can. Then we move. Hermione worked quickly, a splinting charm on the arm, a mild pain-numbing spell, a cushioning charm under his head. Theo's breathing steadied. His eyelids flickered but didn't open. He'll be okay, Hermione said. She looked at Harry. Her eyes were red but her voice was iron. Let's finish this. They left Theo on the chessboard and passed through the door. The next chamber hit them before they saw it, a wall of stench, putrid and overwhelming. A mountain troll, even larger than the one at Halloween, lay unconscious on the floor. Already dealt with. Quirrell had come through here and left his own obstacle neutralized. They stepped over the troll's massive arm, breathing through their mouths, and entered the next room. Fire. The moment they crossed the threshold, purple flames erupted behind them, sealing the exit. Black flames filled the archway ahead, blocking the path forward. Between the two walls of fire stood a table with 7 bottles of varying shapes and sizes, and a roll of parchment. Snape's protection, Harry said. The logic puzzle. Hermione unrolled the parchment and read it. Her lips moved silently. Her eyes tracked left and right. Harry watched her work and felt a fierce, burning gratitude for this girl, this Muggle-born Gryffindor who was standing in a room full of magical fire because she believed in him. Got it, Hermione said. 45 seconds. The small round bottle lets you through the black fire, forward, toward whatever's at the end. The tall bottle on the right lets you go back through the purple fire. There's only enough in the small bottle for one person, Harry said, examining it. A single swallow. Hermione looked at the bottle. Then at Harry. Then at Daphne. It has to be Harry, Hermione said softly. Daphne's composure cracked. Not dramatically, a fissure, a tremor, a brief moment where the mask fell and she was just a girl watching her brother walk towards something terrible. No, she said. Daphne, no. We said together. We said both of us. I'm not, you can't ask me to, I'm not asking. I'm telling you. Harry took her hands. They were shaking. Go back. Take the other potion, go back through the purple fire, get Theo, get out. Find Snape. Tell him Quirrell's through. Harry, please, listen to me. He squeezed her hands. You are the best person I know. You are my sister and my partner and the reason I'm not a complete machine. And I need you to be alive tomorrow. I need you to go home this summer and eat breakfast with Mum and Dad and Tori and argue with me about quills. I need you to be okay. That matters more than anything in that room. Daphne's face was wet. She didn't bother hiding it. You absolute bastard. Language. She laughed, a broken, watery sound, and pulled him into a hug so tight his ribs ached. He held her back. He held her the way he'd wanted to hold the image in the mirror of Eriste, desperately, fiercely, with every piece of himself that wasn't strategy or calculation. Come back, she whispered. I will. Promise me. I promise. She let go. She wiped her face with her sleeve. She looked at him one last time with those sharp Greengrass eyes, and he saw in them the same thing he felt, love so big it didn't fit inside the word. Hermione hugged him too. For luck, she said, and her voice trembled. Thank you, Harry said. For everything. Both of you. Daphne took the tall bottle. She drank. She passed through the purple fire and was gone. Hermione looked at Harry. You're really going alone. I was always going alone. This part was always going to be just me. He picked up the small bottle. Go. Help Theo. Find Snape. Harry, if you don't come back, tell my father I was ready. Tell my mother I loved her. Tell Astoria I'm sorry I won't be there for her first year. Hermione's face crumbled. She turned and followed Daphne through the purple fire before she could say anything else, and then Harry was alone with the black flames and the small bottle and the sound of his own heartbeat. He drank. The potion was ice, it spread through his body like winter, numbing the fear and the warmth alike, turning everything cold and clear. He walked through the black fire and felt nothing. On the other side was a chamber. It was circular, high-ceilinged, lit by torches that burned with a pale, sickly light. In the center stood a mirror, the mirror of Erist, moved here from wherever Dumbledore had kept it, repurposed as the final protection. And in front of the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Professor Quirrell. Without the turban. Harry stopped. The sight hit him with a visceral wrongness that went beyond appearance. Quirrell's head was bare, and on the back of it, nestled into the skull like a parasite fused with its host, was a face. A face with red eyes. "I wondered when you'd arrive," Quirrell said. His voice was different, no stutter, no hesitation, a smooth tenor that was almost pleasant. He turned around, and his own face was calm and focused and entirely unlike the bumbling professor he'd pretended to be all year. The Greengrass boy. Dumbledore's alternative weapon. "I'm nobody's weapon." "No. Then why are you here?" "Because you are." Quirrell smiled. It was a smile without warmth, without humor, the mechanical expression of a man whose emotions have been hollowed out and replaced with something else's will. "He wants to speak to you," Quirrell said. "My master." "Then let him speak." Quirrell turned. The face on the back of his head faced Harry full on, and Harry felt his scar explode with pain, white-hot, blinding, a spike driven through his forehead into his brain. He staggered but didn't fall. He gripped his wand and forced his eyes open and looked at the face of Lord Voldemort. It was barely human. Chalk-white, snake-flat, with slitted nostrils and eyes the color of fresh blood. It was pressed into Quirrell's skull like a mask carved into flesh, and it was smiling. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. The voice was high and cold, a whisper that somehow filled the room. "We meet again. Harrison Greengrass. You cling to the name of the family that bought you. How sentimental. How very unlike the boy I've been watching all year." "You've been watching me?" Through Quirrell's eyes. "Every class. Every meal. Every clever little move in your clever little game. You've been remarkable, I'll give you that. You remind me of myself, at your age." "I've heard that before. I didn't like it then either." Voldemort's smile widened. "Defiance. Your father's trait. James Potter had such spirit, right up until the end, when spirit proved insufficient against superior power." Harry's hand tightened on his wand. The scar burned. He breathed through it. "You're stalling," Harry said. "You can't get the stone out of the mirror. That's why you're still here." Quirrell's face, the front one, twitched. Harry had hit the mark. The mirror was Dumbledore's final protection, and it was something that couldn't be brute-forced. The mirror of Erist showed your deepest desire. Dumbledore had modified it to yield the stone only to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Quirrell, who desperately wanted to use it, would see himself presenting the stone to Voldemort but never actually hold it. "The mirror is resistant," Quirrell admitted. "But you, Dumbledore's chosen instrument, perhaps you can succeed where I cannot." "Use the boy," Voldemort hissed. "Make him look." Quirrell turned back to Harry. His wand was out now. Harry hadn't seen him draw it, which meant Quirrell was fast, faster than his bumbling disguise had ever suggested. "Come here, Potter. Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see." "No." Quirrell flicked his wand. Ropes erupted from the tip and lashed toward Harry. Harry's shield was up before his conscious mind registered the attack, Protego, and the rope splashed against it and fell, severed. Quirrell's eyebrows rose. "Impressive. A first-year casting a shield charm of that caliber." "I've been practicing." "So I've heard." "The room of requirement. Very industrious." Quirrell circled, wand raised. "But you're 11, Mr. Greengrass. However talented, however trained, however prepared, you are a child. And I am a grown wizard hosting the most powerful Dark Lord in history. The mathematics are not in your favor. You'd be surprised what I know about mathematics." Quirrell attacked. The spell was fast, a bolt of red light, a stunner, fired with professional precision. Harry dodged rather than blocked. Elara's training, burned into muscle memory, don't waste energy on shields when movement works, and fired back. Expelliarmus. The red bolt crossed the distance in a heartbeat, but Quirrell sidestepped with a speed that confirmed everything Harry had suspected about the man's true abilities. "You'll have to do better than disarming," Quirrell said. Harry did better. Impedimenta. The jinx caught Quirrell in the shoulder and he staggered, not stopped, but slowed, his movement becoming sluggish for a precious second. Harry used the second. Reducto. The curse hit the ground at Quirrell's feet and the stone floor exploded upward, shrapnel and dust, forcing Quirrell to shield and retreat. Harry advanced. Not cautiously, aggressively, the way Elara had taught him. A defensive duel is a losing duel. If you're going to fight, fight forward. He fired spell after spell, knockback jinx, stinging hex, impediment jinx again, not trying to land a decisive blow but keeping Quirrell moving, reacting, off balance. Quirrell was better than him. There was no pretending otherwise. The man had a decade of experience and Voldemort's knowledge to draw from, and his shields were effortless where Harry's were practiced. But Harry was faster on a broom and he was faster on his feet, and he'd spent 6 months training for exactly this, and he wasn't afraid. That was the thing that seemed to unbalance Quirrell more than any spell. Harry wasn't afraid of him. Wasn't cowering, wasn't desperate, wasn't the trembling child that Voldemort had expected. He was a trained duelist fighting with cold precision, and every spell he cast was aimed, considered, intentional. "Kill him." Voldemort's voice cut through the chamber, high and furious. "Stop playing, kill the boy." Quirrell's face changed. The smooth calm shattered, replaced by something desperate and savage, and he raised his wand and cast with a force that shook the room. The curse that came was not a stunner. It was not a school spell. It was a bolt of sickly green-white light that Harry recognized from his reading with a jolt of pure adrenaline, a blasting curse, amplified, designed to kill. Harry Dove. The curse hit the wall behind him and the stone exploded, spraying fragments that cut his face and arms. He rolled, came up on one knee, and fired back, Expelliarmus, but with everything he had, every ounce of power and intention, the way Lily Evans had written in the dueling journal, "When it matters, don't think about the spell. Think about what you want. The magic will follow." The disarming charm hit Quirrell square in the chest. The man's wand flew from his hand, arcing through the air, and clattered across the stone floor. Quirrell staggered. Wandless. Defenseless. For 1 second, the chamber was still. Then Quirrell screamed and charged. Not with magic, with his hands. Hands outstretched, fingers grasping, a desperate animal lunge for Harry's throat. Voldemort's voice was screaming from the back of his skull, incoherent with rage and desperation, and Quirrell was no longer a professor or a host or a puppet. He was a weapon thrown bodily at a target. Harry didn't dodge. He didn't retreat. He stepped forward and caught Quirrell's hands with his own. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Quirrell screamed, a different scream, not rage but agony, a sound so raw and terrible that it barely sounded human. Where Harry's skin touched Quirrell's, the flesh blistered and blackened and crumbled like burning paper. Quirrell tried to pull away and Harry held on. He gripped the man's wrists and felt the blood protection surge through him like electricity, like fire, like love weaponized, his mother's last gift, her sacrifice made manifest, burning through the dark magic in Quirrell's blood like sunlight through shadow. Let go, Quirrell's face was disintegrating. The skin cracked and peeled, revealing something gray and ash-like underneath, and the face on the back of his head was screaming too, Voldemort's voice rising to a pitch that shattered the torches and plunged the chamber into darkness lit only by the glow of Harry's burning hands. Harry held on. His scar was a sun of agony in his forehead. His vision was whiting out. His hands were buried in crumbling, burning flesh and every nerve in his body was screaming at him to let go, to run, to survive. He held on. Because his mother had held on. Lily Evans Potter had stood in front of a crib and refused to move and died for her son, and that love, that stubborn, irrational, strategically insane love, was the most powerful magic in the world, and Harry Greengrass was made of it. Quirrell collapsed. The thing that had been his body fell to the floor in a heap of ash and robes and silence, and from the ruins rose something, a wraith, a shadow, a screaming darkness that had Voldemort's face and Voldemort's red eyes and no body left to cling to. It howled. It twisted. It dove at Harry, and Harry raised his wand one last time and thought of Daphne and Cyrus and Isadora and Astoria and Theo and Blaise and Tracy and Hermione and his mother and his father and everyone he loved, expecto patronum. The dough erupted from his wand and slammed into the wraith. Silver light filled the chamber, filled the corridor, filled the world. The wraith screamed and tore apart, fragments of dark mist scattering in every direction, fleeing from the light, fleeing from the love that created it, and the chamber shook and the mirror cracked and Harry fell to his knees on the stone floor and the dough stood over him like a guardian, like a mother, like a promise. Then the light faded, and the dough faded, and Harry was alone in the dark with the ruins of Quirrell and the silence of victory and a pain in his scar that was fading, fading to a dull ache and then to nothing. He knelt on the floor. His hands were raw. His face was cut. His robes were torn and bloody and covered in ash. He was 11 years old and he had just killed a man and survived a Dark Lord, and his first thought, his absolute first thought, was, I promised Daphne I'd come back. He stood up. His legs shook. His vision swam. The chamber tilted and steadied and tilted again, and he made it 3 steps toward the door before the world went gray and soft and he felt himself falling. Arms caught him. Strong, dark-robed arms that smelled like potions, ingredients and old books, and a voice he knew, rough with something that might have been panic, I've got you. I've got you, boy, Snape. Snape was here, holding him, lowering him to the ground with hands that were shaking. Behind Snape, through the doorway, Harry could see movement, more people arriving, lights, voices. Daphne, Harry managed. Safe. She found me. She and the Granger girl came into my office at a dead sprint, and I have never been spoken to with such fury by an 11-year-old. She's fine. They're all fine. Theo, Pomfrey has him. Broken arm and a concussion. He'll live. Harry's eyes were closing. The gray was turning to black. He fought it, he still needed to control the situation, manage the narrative, plan the next move. Stop thinking, Snape said. His voice was very close. For once in your life, stop thinking and rest. I can't, I need to, you need to sleep. You've done enough. Harry felt Snape's hand on his forehead, not the scar side, the other side, gentle in a way that the man would deny under oath, and the touch was surprisingly cool, surprisingly steady. You have her eyes, Snape murmured, and Harry heard it from very far away, as if from the other end of a long corridor. He slept. He woke in the hospital wing, in a bed that was too white and too clean and too bright, surrounded by more flowers than a funeral and more people than a party. Daphne was asleep in a chair beside his bed, her head resting on the mattress near his hand. Isadora sat on the other side, red-eyed and furious and beautiful. Cyrus stood at the window, looking out, but he turned the moment Harry's eyes opened, and the expression on his face, the naked, unguarded relief, was something Harry had never seen before. Hi, Dad, Harry said. His voice was a croak. Cyrus crossed the room in 3 strides and sat on the edge of the bed and put his hand on Harry's head, gently, the way he'd done when Harry was small and sick, and he didn't say anything. He didn't need to. His hand was shaking and his eyes were bright, and that said everything. Isadora was less restrained. She leaned in and kissed his forehead, not the scar, the other side, just like Snape, and whispered, You magnificent, terrifying, stupid, brave boy. Mum, don't you mum me. You fought a Dark Lord. You're 11. I'm going to kill Dumbledore. Get in line, Daphne mumbled from the chair, waking up. She lifted her head, saw Harry's open eyes, and her face went through 12 emotions in 2 seconds before settling on something that was mostly relief and partly murder. "You're alive. I promised. You look terrible. I feel worse." She grabbed his hand and held it, and he let her, and they stayed like that while Isadora fussed and Cyrus stood guard and the hospital wing slowly filled with visitors. Theo came first, his arm in a sling, a spectacular bruise painting half his face purple. He stood in the doorway and looked at Harry and said, "You owe me a summer invitation. I'm collecting." "Done." Blaise came next, slouching through the door with a casualness that was undermined by the fact that his eyes were suspiciously red-rimmed. "You look like a catastrophe. You look like you've been crying. Allergies. The hospital wing has terrible ventilation." He sat on the end of Harry's bed and pretended to examine his nails. "Tracy says hello. She's downstairs threatening a second year who said you probably cheated. That's sweet. She's terrifying. I'm in love." Hermione arrived with a stack of books, because of course she did, and a card signed by every member of the study group, all 4 houses, in 14 different handwritings. She set them on his bedside table and said, "I've already written up the logic puzzle solution in case you want to review the methodology," and then burst into tears and hugged him so hard his ribs creaked. "I'm okay," Harry said, patting her back. "Hermione, I'm okay. You almost died. Almost counts for nothing in chess. Theo taught me that." She laughed through her tears and wiped her face and immediately began organizing his bedside table because some people processed emotion through tidying. Dumbledore came last. He appeared in the hospital wing doorway in the late afternoon, when the visitors had thinned and Isadora had been persuaded to go eat something and Cyrus had stepped out to make a flu call. Daphne was still there. She hadn't left Harry's side for more than 5 minutes all day, and when she saw Dumbledore, her expression went arctic. "Miss Greengrass," Dumbledore said gently. "Might I have a moment with Harrison?" "You might not." "Daphne," Harry said. "It's okay." "It is very much not okay." "I know. But I need to do this." "Wait outside." She looked at him. He looked back. The silent sibling language passed between them, "I'll be fine, I promise, trust me," and she stood, slowly, and walked to the door. She paused beside Dumbledore. "If you upset him," she said, very quietly, "I will write to every journalist in Britain. I will contact the Wisingamot directly. I will burn your reputation to the ground and salt the earth. Are we clear?" "Perfectly," Dumbledore said, and he sounded like he meant it. Daphne left. Dumbledore sat in the chair she'd vacated, and Harry looked at the most powerful wizard in the world and saw, for the first time, just an old man. Tired. Sad. Carrying more than anyone should have to. "You were supposed to be here," Harry said. "I was drawn away. A false summons, as you suspected. By the time I realized the deception, I was too late to return before." He stopped. "I am sorry, Harrison. Truly, deeply sorry. Snape got there. Severus moved the moment Miss Greengrass reached him. He was, I'm told, quite magnificent about it. He saved my life. He would argue that you saved your own." Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. "What happened in the chamber, what you did, was remarkable. Not the magic, though that was extraordinary. The choice. You could have run. You could have let Quirrell fail at the mirror and waited for help. Instead, you stayed. You fought. You won. I killed a man." The words came out flat. Harry had been holding them behind his teeth all day, not letting them out, not letting anyone see what they felt like. But Dumbledore, infuriating, manipulative, dishonest Dumbledore, was the one person who might actually understand the weight. "You destroyed a vessel of Voldemort's will," Dumbledore said carefully. "Quirrell was already dying. Hosting Voldemort's parasitic form was consuming him, he had weeks at most. What you did was not murder, Harrison. It was defense, and it was mercy. It didn't feel like mercy. No. It wouldn't. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Your mother's protection performed exactly as I hoped. But the Patronus, that was not part of my calculations. A corporeal Patronus, cast by an 11-year-old, in the form of a doe. His voice dropped. That was Lily's form. I know. How did you, the dueling journal? Hers and Snape's. The room of requirement gave it to me. Something passed across Dumbledore's face, a complex wave of emotions that resolved into something that looked almost like wonder. The castle has its own wisdom. It always has. Sir, Voldemort isn't gone. The Wraith survived. It fled. Yes. He will return. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. The Philosopher's Stone is destroyed, Nicholas and Perenelle have accepted their fate with grace, so that avenue is closed to him. But there are others. He is nothing if not persistent. Then I need to be ready. You need to be a boy. You need to go home for the summer and eat breakfast with your family and argue with your sister about quills and fly your broomstick in the garden. The war will wait. It has waited 10 years. It can wait a while longer. Harry looked at him. Is that advice or strategy? Can it be both? For the first time in the entire conversation, Harry almost smiled. You're impossible. I have been told. Dumbledore stood. He looked down at Harry with an expression that contained multitudes, regret, admiration, concern, hope, and something that might, in a different man, have been love. Harrison. I know I have not earned your trust. I may never earn it. But I want you to know that everything I have done, every mistake, every manipulation, every miscalculated move, I did because I believed I was protecting you. The road to hell, Headmaster. Indeed. Paved with the very best intentions. He moved toward the door. One last thing. The stone, it was never in the mirror. I removed it weeks ago, after our conversation by the lake. The mirror was empty. Harry stared at him. Then the entire final protection, was nothing. A bluff. The greatest wizard of a generation defeated by an empty mirror. The twinkle was back, faint but real. Sometimes, Harrison, the most powerful move is the one you don't make. He left. Harry lay in his hospital bed and stared at the ceiling and processed the fact that Dumbledore had removed the stone before the confrontation, which meant the old man had listened, had actually listened, had taken Harry's advice by the lake and eliminated the target, and still allowed the trap to play out. Still allowed Harry to face Quirrell. Because the stone was never the point. The confrontation was the point. Testing Voldemort's reach, confirming his parasitic survival, gathering intelligence. And Harry had been the instrument of that intelligence gathering, even though Dumbledore had removed the danger he'd asked to have removed. It was manipulation wrapped in honesty wrapped in manipulation. It was Dumbledore. Harry closed his eyes and decided to be angry about it later. Right now, he was alive, and his family was outside, and the sun was coming through the hospital wing windows, and that was enough. The last week of term passed in a haze of end-of-year exams that Harry sleepwalked through, final feasts, and the peculiar melancholy of a place you'd come to love preparing to release you. The great hall was draped in green and silver. Slytherin had won the House Cup, helped considerably by the avalanche of points Dumbledore had awarded for outstanding courage, exceptional loyalty, and the finest display of chess ever seen in this school, which meant Theo's sacrifice and Hermione's puzzle-solving and Daphne's sheer bloody-minded determination had all been recognized, even if the specifics remained officially vague. Harry sat at the Slytherin table for the final feast and looked around at the world he'd built. Daphne on his left, Blaise on his right. Theo across the table, his arms still in a sling, arguing with Tracy about whether switching spells violated Gamp's law. Hermione at the Gryffindor table, catching Harry's eye across the hall and raising her goblet in a salute that he returned. At the staff table, Snape was watching him. Not with the hostile intensity of the first day, with something quieter, something that acknowledged a shared experience and a debt that neither of them would ever name out loud. Dumbledore was twinkling. McGonagall was almost smiling. The world turned, and the year was ending, and Harrison Greengrass was 11 years old and he had survived. On the train home, they took the same compartment, near the back, less foot traffic. Harry sat by the window this time. Daphne sat beside him. Theo, Blaise, and Tracy filled the other seats. Hermione stopped by twice, once to return a book, once just to check, and the second time she stayed for an hour, and nobody mentioned that a Gryffindor was sitting in a compartment full of Slytherins because some things had stopped mattering. As the countryside blurred past, green and golden, summer asserting itself over the moors, Harry felt the exhaustion he'd been holding at bay for months finally begin to settle. Not just physical. Emotional. The bone-deep weariness of someone who'd been performing and planning and fighting and protecting for an entire year without rest. Daphne noticed. She always noticed. "Stop thinking," she said quietly. Snape said that too. Smart man. Terrible hair, but smart. She nudged his shoulder with hers. "It's over, Harry. For now, it's over. You can rest. There's going to be more. Voldemort's still out there. Dumbledore's still playing his games. Next year is next year. Right now, you're on a train going home. Your mum is going to hug you so hard your spine compresses. Tori's going to demand you demonstrate every spell you know. Dad's going to pretend he's not emotional and then get emotional anyway. And you? I'm going to eat an enormous dinner and sleep for 3 days and then make you help me with my summer reading because I refuse to let you be top of the year again. I wasn't top of the year. Hermione was. In Gryffindor. You were top of Slytherin. It's going to go to your head. It won't. It will. I'll manage it." Harry leaned his head against the window. The glass was cool against his temple. Outside, England unspooled in green and gold, and the train carried them south, toward home. "Daphne? Thank you. For this year. For being there. For everything." She was quiet for a moment. Then she leaned her head against his shoulder, something she hadn't done since they were small, something that would normally violate every rule of composure they'd both been taught, and said, "Always." Across the compartment, Blaise was pretending to read. Theo was pretending to sleep. Tracy was pretending to look out the window. None of them were doing what they were pretending to do. All of them were listening, and all of them were smiling. The train pulled into King's Cross at 5:30. Platform 9 3/4 was crowded with families and noise and the particular joy of reunions. Harry stepped off the train with his trunk and his owl and his sister beside him, and he scanned the crowd with the automatic, trained attention that he'd probably never lose, and he saw them. Cyrus, standing near the barrier. Isadora beside him, holding Astoria's hand. Astoria, who spotted Harry first and broke free and ran, sprinting across the platform with the total commitment of a 7-year-old who had missed her brother with her entire body. Harry dropped his trunk and caught her. She hit him like a small, blonde cannonball, and he lifted her off the ground and held her, and she was saying something into his shoulder, but it was muffled and it didn't matter because the sound of her voice was enough. Isadora reached him next. She cupped his face in her hands and looked at him, really looked, the way mothers did, checking for damage, checking for change, cataloging every new shadow and scar, and then she pulled him in and held him against her heart. Cyrus waited. He stood apart, hands clasped behind his back, watching his family with an expression that would have looked composed to anyone who didn't know him. Harry knew him. Harry disentangled himself from Isadora and Astoria and walked to his father. They stood face to face on the platform, surrounded by the noise and chaos of 100 reunions, and Harry saw in Cyrus's eyes the same thing he'd seen in the hospital wing, the crack in the armor, the fear that had lived there for months, the relief that was still settling in. "I'm home," Harry said. Cyrus put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Squeezed. His jaw worked. For a moment, the most composed man in Wizarding Britain couldn't speak. "Welcome back," he managed. They walked through the barrier together, all of them, the whole family, Daphne linking her arm through Harry's, Astoria chattering about everything and nothing, Isadora already planning dinner. Behind them, Theo lingered by the train, his own father nowhere in sight, until Cyrus turned and said, "Theodore. Come along. You're expected for dinner." Theo's face did something extraordinary. It opened. The careful, controlled mask fell away, and underneath was a boy who had been invited somewhere and could barely contain what that meant. "Thank you, sir," Theo said. "Cyrus. You'll call me Cyrus." They left the station. The June evening was warm and long, the kind of English summer evening that stretched and never quite wanted to end. Harry walked with his family through the Muggle streets of London toward the apparition point, and for the first time in months, he wasn't thinking about Dumbledore or Voldemort or the Wizengamot or Draco Malfoy or the price of the game. He was thinking about dinner. He was thinking about his bed. He was thinking about the sound Astoria made when she laughed, and the way Isadora's flowers caught the light, and the hum of the wards when you stood at the edge of the Greengrass property and felt them welcome you home. He was thinking about the fact that he was 11 years old and he had survived and the world was large and full of danger and also full of people who loved him. That was, he decided, enough. For now. The summer stretched before him. Behind him, the school year folded into memory, the train ride, the sorting, the common room, the chess game, the fire, the chamber, the dough. All of it real. All of it his. He'd go back in September. There would be new challenges, new dangers, new moves on the board. Voldemort was out there, bodiless and furious. Dumbledore was in his tower, planning. The world was turning, and Harrison Greengrass was part of its machinery now, not a cog, not a pawn, but a player. But first, dinner. First, home. First, the sound of his sister's voice and the smell of his mother's cooking and the quiet pride in his father's eyes. First, this. The rest could wait. Harrison Greengrass walked home with his family, and the evening was golden, and for the first time in a very long time, he wasn't thinking about the next move. He was just here.